Crash, you could remove my access to Leo and Jason.
Oh,
Sure.
sure.
We're live.
All right.
Also, I was role playing that to like not give up the rifle, but I mean that was a pretty high persuasion check, and I was thinking over the course of the week. I mean, DM, do you rule that it's my call or that that persuasion check stands?
It's always the player's call unless magic is involved. It's always the player's
Okay.
call unless magic is involved.
I just wanted to respect the
But
role.
if in the many hours since the fight that you've gone along the road, if he's reconsidered it, that is totally up to you. But in the moment, it was fine for you to be stubborn about it. A lot of terrible things have been happening. People are acting irrationally. It's just how it is.
Okay.
All right. All right. Here we go. What is your character's guiltiest pleasure? Ooh la la. All right. So this was anonymously submitted by someone from the campaign. So what is your character's guiltiest pleasure? So ruminate over that. If anybody would like to get a point of DM inspiration, they could chuck a d20 into chat to declare their interest in giving said recap. If no one is interested in giving the recap tonight, I will try my best to recap it myself. Going once. Going twice. Oh, we got a dice out there. All right, we got Wayne, Anne.
Anybody else want to
Going twice. All right, Wayne, take it away. What happened last week? It was pretty rough.
It was. We were camping for the night after a full day of travel, and camping alongside a cliff face. And Robin was on watch. We were all trying to figure out where to bed down. I decided to be under the cart, out of the elements a bit, and others were in tents or some sleeping bags, and others were sleeping on top of the cart. And something came out of the mist. Something came out of the woods to get us. And I got lucky. Dunbar and I got lucky. It grabbed a number of us. And seeing four of our party disappear, Robin raised the alarm. Chris was grabbed by the mist. Irinia, Henry, others. And I thought it was best to try and keep the horses calm, just, so don't lose our best mode of transportation right now. And others, possibly braver than myself, went and fought it and freed most of the party. Chris didn't make it. And we had a small service for Chris, and we buried his mortal remains. We'll see if he stays that way. We got a very early start, traveling as we went, and came across more denizens of this strange land. We were attacked by zombies. And I tried to encourage everyone to fall back, attack at range as best as we could, and they're tough to fight. You lop off an arm, the arm gets active, and you lop off a leg, the leg gets hopping mad. It was a mess. We killed them all. Some of us got bitten, though. We'll have to see how that goes. I don't know if typical zombie movie rules apply, where if you're bit, that's it, or if it's more like with the vampiric bite, where you can do things to resist it with holy water. And Irene is our best hope on that, since she knows these ailments and has some of the tools. But we're almost to Vallaki, and hopefully we can find a priest or a doctor to help bend the party.
All right. Take your point of DM inspiration. Okay. If anybody is interested in answering the factspiration question, go ahead and chuck out that D20 real quick. All right. Let's see. That's a lot of D20s out there. Nope, it's just a 3. Wayne, take it away. What is Wayne's guilty pleasure?
Telenovelas.
Okay. All right. Does he speak Spanish or like
No,
enough
it's
Spanish to
just that.
understand or?
I mean, he can get by on what he's seeing, just from context, but it's just the pageantry of it and just the over the top soap operas. It just. I mean, he worked a lot of night shifts, and so if you're doing stuff during the day, you watch soap operas, and doesn't like advertising it, but that's his guilty pleasure. He loves
Nice.
telenovelas.
All right. You may ask the same question of any NPC that you've met thus far in the adventure.
I was about to say I'd like to know Strahd's guilty pleasure, but we haven't met him. I would like to know Anastasia's guilty pleasure, which she would think is a guilty pleasure.
Oh man. Wasting food by torturing them to death.
I mean, all things considered, that might be preferable. I'm now regretting that I asked.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean,
I thought we might, get a softer side to her, but no, all just callous, hard-hearted. Wow.
yeah, of the 3 brides, she did. Well, there's more than 3, but she's definitely. Yeah, that would be her. That would be her guilty pleasure. Wasting good food. Something so indulgent about it, in these hard times. These are the hard times, you may have heard. So. All right. I will go ahead and activate your Faxpo, and then we'll go ahead and get started. All right. Everything's struggling here. Hold on. All right, there we go. Swap out this music for this music. Oh. All right, cool. I'll also check the weather real quick. Okay. It is a light rain. Fun. Alright, so light rain kind of settling in as you guys arrive at the gates. The guard calls out, "Halt!" And that's where we ended the session. So, middle of the day, gates are closed. 15-foot high wooden palisades, sharpened tips at the tops. There do seem to be 2 towers, and this is more like lifeguard tower size towers, on either side of the gate on the town side of things. And the guards are not up in the towers, but are actually kind of talking to you guys through the gates that are closed. Oh man, music's coming in a little loud, my bad. And they, the one guard tells you to halt, and the other guard clanks forward and says, "Oi, you lot! What's your business here in Vallaki? Town's closed. If you're hoping for some trade or business, we might be able to accommodate you. Depends on what you got."
We're on business coming from Barovia.
Well, it ain't all Barovia, huh? It's all Barovia here. You're from
Village
Barovia
of
Valley,
Barovia.
you're saying?
Yes, we're escorting the burgomaster's children. They have business with the mayor.
Oh, the burgomaster's the burgomaster's children, you said? Oh, let me get a good look at these folks.
All right, so Eastmark and Arena kind of step forward, and the guard will roll a fame check. He says,
Oh, Ain't the burgomaster an older fella? This one seems a bit spring chicken.
and Eastmark says, "You're thinking of my father. I am Eastmark Kolyonovich, and I'm here on my father's behalf. The roads, as you might know, are dangerous, so we've enlisted the aid of these mercenaries. Please, it is wet, cold. We have traveled long and lost allies along the way. We seek refuge in your town, perhaps a room at the inn." All right. The guards kind of do a guard huddle. And then the other guard says, Haltson says, "Well, we can't just let anyone in here, even if you claim to be a burgomaster's son. The town is on lockdown. Were you invited here by the burgomaster?" And Eastmark, who is not considering lying, says, "No, we are seeking an audience with him." And the other guard says,
Oh, well, if you don't have an invitation, I'm afraid there's not too much we could do for you. Well, sorry it made such a long trip, I suppose.
and then they both sort of turn their heads so as not to look at you guys.
Wayne's gonna walk up and touch Eastmark on the arm and kind of motion him to come close. Eastmark, do we have any money for bribes? I bet you that's how we have to get past these guys.
Bribes?
We would just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we forgot about the new tax or entry fee, or some nonsense." Allow them to maintain some self-deception, and maybe we get access. Just a thought.
These are the kind of men that they are employing here.
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, let me check my pocket money. All right, let me try that.
Oh, wouldn't you know it? I forgot about the gate tax.
What was it? 5 gold.
It's the gate tax. And you can see that the other guard looks over and says,
a gate tax. Now that you mention it,
and the other guard says, "Halt! We're not supposed to do that." And the other guard turns to him and says,
Hey, come on, what's a little bit, eh? They're not gonna get in too much trouble. How bad could it be?
and as they're saying that, Haltson is looking past Alterable Guard and starts to shake, and you hear the metal of their armor kind of clanking, as if they are seeing something terrifying approaching from within the town. The other guard says,
"Oh, what's gotten a hold of you? You're like a cat what saw the door."
"Oh." And then they both ready at attention, facing away from you guys, and you see the biggest dude that you've probably ever seen, unless, like, I don't know, one of your characters has gone to like a nerd convention and seen the dude that played the Mountain on Game of Thrones or something in person. Maybe you hung out with Shaq when you were a kid. I don't know. But like this dude, he's well over 6.5 feet tall. Got to be close to 300 pounds. He is covered. Wherever you see his skin, it is covered in burn scars. His mouth. Oh, here, I'll just grab the mini real quick. All right. So he is dressed in what seems to be red and black brigandine armor. Wherever you can see his flesh, it is pale, pink, and fire scarred. Whatever happened to his jaw, it had to be either bolstered or replaced with some sort of iron prosthetic. The strangest thing about him isn't the birds, it isn't the prosthetic jaw, it isn't even the massive battle axe that is kind of strapped to his back. It is his left arm, which is roughly the size and shape of a gorilla's arm, but covered in bright red skin with patches of scales. You can see light beneath the skin that seems to be moving in a way as if fiery blood is pumping through the very defined veins of the musculature of this arm. It is so long that it sort of drags along the ground behind him. And where it touches water, steam rises up. And where it touches bits of grass trying to grow through the cobblestones, they ignite and wilt. He stands before the two guards, and he says, "What is going on? Who is at the gate?" And he looks past the two guards to you guys, and you can tell he's taking in your measure. Does anybody try to do a deception to present a different measure than what would normally be seen?
Wayne will.
Okay.
He'll
Yeah.
use his poker face ability.
Oh, okay. What are you trying to come across as?
Just I guess a rube from the country, just unassuming.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not a threat.
All right. So he looks you guys over, and then he says, "Explain to me, who are these people?" And Halston says, "Oh, well, they came out of the rain. They say that they're mercenaries escorting this man and his sister, who are the children of the burgomaster of Barovia Valley." And this man, he looks over everybody as a second time, and it seems that he notices Irenia all the way in the back. And those of you who are up front, which I guess would be Wayne and Eastmark, perhaps Anne standing near the gate as well. Jason, you said you were kind of speaking with them. You guys see that when he locks when his eyes find Irenia, he just freezes. Like, completely stops breathing. His eyes just stare at her intensely, and his muscles all kind of seize up. And this is like about a solid like 2 or 3 seconds before he just kind of like lets out a breath and says, "Let them in now."
Can I try and insight that freeze?
Yeah,
makes?
sure. Go ahead and roll me an insight check. Okay. Yeah, you get the sense that he is surprised beyond all belief to see her, and his curiosity is at an 11 out of 10.
Okay.
All right. So the two guards move, and they start, like raising the gate up, and the guy says, "My apologies for the guard. They are well trained, but overzealous. Of course, the children of Kolyon and Durovich are welcome here in Vallaki. Please, come in. Here in Vallaki, all is well and all will be well." And as he says that, the two guards both stammer, "Oh, all will be well. All will be well." And he says, "Come, please, come inside. Where are you staying? I would assume the Blue Water Inn. It is the only one still open." And Ismark says, "Is that so? I thought there was at least 2 or 3. And the man says, "No, not anymore. Have I introduced myself? I am Isaac Strahd. I am the..."
Isaac seemed like he was lying when he spoke to Ismark
About what?
the availability of the ends.
I mean, you could do an insight.
I would like.
He's definitely telling the truth. All right, and he says, well, I am the captain of the guards, and I will let the burgomaster know that you would like a meeting. It's early in the day. Perhaps you can come to his estate for dinner. Around 6. And Ismark says, sure, that is fantastic. Thank you very much for your help." And Isaac says, "It is nothing. Now go. Enjoy the sights of the city. But before you do, these fine gentlemen, they will fill you in on the laws of the land. We will not want you to get into any trouble. I know that mercenaries can get restless if they sit idle too long." And he begins to walk away. As he does, the two guards move in. And Alterable Guard says,
All right, listen up. If you've apparently passed the mustard, so you're welcome to stay here in our fine town. We just need to just fill you in on some of the particularities, the local customs. We wouldn't want you going off and getting yourselves into trouble now, would we? So, let's see. Where do we begin? All right. So the laws of the land. The number one thing that you want to avoid here in the fine town of Vallaki is malicious unhappiness. So, to do that, none shall speak the name of the Dark Lord aloud or carry written documents bearing his name. If you're not sure who we're referring to, his name starts with an S, and it ends with the Zarovich.
and he touches his plated fingy to his faceplate so that you know what he's talking about.
Now, we have a lot of festivals here. There's another festival happening in 10 days' time. You got to be in attendance to the festival. You got to be in a good mood at the festival, and you ain't never supposed to speak ill of none of them festivals. This is a town of joy and happiness, and we can't be having none of that unhappiness in this town. And as long as you're in town, you can be conscripted to assist with the preparations, cleanup, and planning of any such festivals as seen fit by the Civil Municipality Council of Goodwill. And if you're in town when the festival's in effect, you must of course attend the festival. It is not optional. Yes. What else? What else do you need to worry about? Oh, right. Thieving and brawling. Those will get you, anywhere between 4 to 24 days in the stocks. As will crimes of malicious unhappiness. Those could get you 2 to 12 days in the stocks, depending on the severity of those crimes. Theft from the Baron's estate, repeated minor offenses, major injury to any other civilian can be punishable by exile from Vallaki into the neighboring Salvage Woods, wherein you are at the mercy of the druids and other such nasties that dwell wherein. Murder? Should it ever actually happen? Well, that's a public hanging from the gallows, and while you wait, you will be imprisoned in the stocks alongside the other criminals. And of course, the care and treatment of domesticated animals is of course paramount to goodliness. Any abuses of domesticated animals of any sort will be punishable by the extremist extent of the law. Here in Vallaki, we love our puppers and our kitties, horsies, and other pets, so you had best treat them with the respect and dignity that they deserve. Any questions?
Yes, we are strangers to Barovia. How is acting in one's own defense treated if someone attacks you?
Oh, just don't kill them. You don't want to be hanging.
Understood.
But you'll still probably get punished for roughhousing.
I think that clears that up.
You're currently at the East Gate. Let me see if I can get you situated here. Let's see. All right. So, this is what our town would look like if you was a bird. We're over here at the East Gate. There's the lake. Over there. And, this is what it would look like if we had a fine map to show you where you are on the map.
Can you guys see or no?
No.
No? Okay. Hold on. Camera bat. To the rescue. Squeak, squeak.
Yep.
Alright. So, you got your blacksmith, you got your farmer's market, Eversec stockyard, you got your town square with the stocks, apothecary, and you got the Baron's mansion. You got oddity shops like the toy store, the clothiers, the herbalist. This is the only inn left in the town. It's a damn shame. Damn shame. Then there's the orphanage and St. Andrew's Church, West Gate, North Gate. North Gate leads down to the lake. All the gates is closed, day and night. No one comes in or out after sunset. Gates open briefly at noon, but only for trade. Only goods pass through the gates, no people. enjoy your stay in lovely Vallaki, and remember that all will be well.
And as he says that, the other guard says, "Oh, all will be well."
Wayne will echo the "all will be well" comment and say, well, with the fortunate news that there is still a inn open, what transpired that there is only just this one best inn left?
Oh, well, there were 3 inns, but the one burned down. And the other, it's ill to speak of what happened. I'd probably need a persuasion check to tell you.
All right. Persuasion. I hope if I had the right sheet, I actually pulled up the dog. All right. And if need be, I can throw in the Backspiration.
Oh wow! I guess use it before you forget you have it. All right, go for it.
D6, right?
Yep.
Oh, well, what happened is they, the owner, he and his wife, they found him one morning, they was dead. They died in the middle of eating each other.
Sexually or cannibalistically?
Oh, a little bit of both, they say.
Oh my. That is shocking.
Yeah, after that, they just, nobody wanted to buy the property. So they just sort of, yeah, that was that. All that's left is the Blue Water Inn. Now, the owners there, woof, they're well connected, old family, and they've got money. So much money. Well, I'd wager they even got real silver pieces.
Well, we're so fortunate that the Blue Water Inn still stands. And Wayne will give a smile.
Just watch yourself over there. The taverness is, she's a looker. But her husband, he'll take your eyes if you stare at her too long.
Understandably jealous, I suppose, if he's got such a striking wife.
He does. I'll go there from time to time. Though, we'll stay pretty busy trying to keep the morale up. These are hard times, you see. It's very hard to keep everybody joyful in such dreary environs. Lot of dissenters in town, always trying to mix it up, make things more complicated.
I mean, that sounds like it's an awful lot of work on your part. How are they trying to mix things up and make your job harder?
Oh, yeah. Well, just this past few days, there was a festival of the wolf head. You might have seen the fine wolf heads on pikes when you came up to the gates. Yeah, we had a big festival about killing wolves and dancing around in their skins and carrying their heads around on pikes, and there were people that just weren't having a good time. They started booing. One boy, he when the Baron was speaking, he made a big raspberry fart sound. That boy's in the stocks now. And then a lot of people got mad about putting the boy in the stocks, so they started throwing punches, and we had to throw them in the stocks too. But a little bit of time in the stocks, that usually straightens things out. Gets the temperament back down to a manageable level, that we build it back up with joy.
Sounds like. Well, it is a shame that it's so challenging for you gentlemen. Might I lift your spirits with a brief tune?
Sure.
And Wayne will take out his lute and he will um, start strumming and play. The Beatles can be popular in this realm. Penny Lane.
Okay. All right, give me a quick performance.
Okay.
Yeah. They're into it. They don't recognize the tune, but then one of them, Halton says, "Oh, you'd probably like to meet the bard that's at the Blue Water Inn. I think you two would hit it off real well."
That will be great. I will be sure to look them up.
All right,
What
sweet.
what does the bard look like? So I might introduce myself properly when we get there.
Halton says, "You'll know him when you see him. He's very handsome."
Good to know.
We've probably taken up more of their time than needed, Wayne. We have places to be.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
All right, so they step aside. You guys usher through, and then they lower the gate behind you.
Yes, Mark. Would the chapel be the best place to have these? Kind of motion at Anne's and Periwinkle's and Robin's injuries.
He says, yeah. Let us head there first, and then I doubt there's much competition for a place to stay, even with only one inn being open, with the roads being closed and no one being allowed in the town. All right, so you
They-
guys head over to...
They said the blacksmith is right here.
The
You came in?
blacksmith is right here. Yep, it's like just to your right when you come in.
One moment, and she's gonna go to the blacksmith.
Okay. Let's see. So the blacksmith actually would give you access to a shop. So go ahead and...
Should we follow her just to make sure everything stays on an even keel?
Blacksmith would be a good distraction for her, and
All right. Can you see the cracked anvil?
Yep.
All right. You should be able to double click on it.
All right, yeah, it opens up a shop.
All right. So the blacksmith shares a shop with the Fletcher, who runs like in like some RPGs, you go into like one building, but then it's like connected to the other building, like the armor and the weapon shops sometimes are like connected to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, their shop is connected, and you immediately get the sense that the two of them are together, and they are raising her son together. You very quickly kind of pick up those vibes as the three people greet you warmly, and they marvel at your size. And then they immediately begin to ask you, what is your custom? Which is to say, like, what are you here to buy?
She'll walk in and then lift up her pant leg and say, "Can I get this adjusted?"
Ooh, okay. So the blacksmith, he takes a look at it and he says, this is complicated work. I don't know if I'm the best guy to do this. For something like this,
I hate to be the one to recommend this, but you may have to head over to Blinsky's. He runs the toy store, but he's a genius with machinery and devices.
Mm-hmm. All right. She should turn. Should just turn and walk out as he says
Oh,
that.
damn. Okay. And there you go. All right. So you head back out.
Yeah, go meet up with the rest of the people as they're going to the place.
All right. Irene, while you wandered off in one direction, she wandered off in another direction, but quickly catches up with the party. She has many meats on sticks that she has purchased from a street vendor, and she offers them to everyone.
We accept, I guess.
Okay.
She says there's just people like everywhere selling everything you could imagine. It's incredible. I want to go. I want to buy something. I want to buy all the things. I want to eat all the things. I want to see all the things. This city is so big, right? Is it like blowing your mind? It's like huge.
Yeah, it's very big.
Those of you from Seattle, this would be like one small burg of like Seattle, like tops, yeah. Colonial Williamsburg, if you've on the East Coast, it's like, okay, yeah, it's pretty big. All right, so you guys head to all the way across town to the church. Then is the goal.
I believe so.
All right.
Along the way, Wayne will sidle up to Rob and say, "I'm sorry it took so long at the gate. I just, given the cold reception from the captain of the guard, I kind of figured if we're going to ask prying questions, getting the hired help to answer and like us might have been best. I don't know."
Oh wow! I just showed everybody's miniature at once. It's incredible. It's because I had you all selected to go to the next scene. Robin looks to you and says, no, I think you had the right idea, Wayne. I think you had the right idea. We just need to pace ourselves, but that's definitely the right idea. We need to figure out what's going on, and I think people at the bottom are going to be a good place to start. I just hope that this priest or cleric or whatever this individual is can actually help us.
Me too.
All right. So you head past St. Andrew's Orphanage and make your way towards St. Andrew's Church. Let's see. Do we have a establishing shot? Here we go. Lovely. All right. Look at that beautiful church. Oh, that's way better than when you burned down, right? Look at that one. Look at that. That's nice.
It's stone, so it might not burn down as easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There is a graveyard, but given the size of this settlement, this does not seem like a big enough graveyard to service all of the people who live here, which raises questions, perhaps. You do see the church, and the doors to the church are open. All right, so I'm assuming we're all going to head on inside. Okay, so something I learned from my classic group is that I could resize scenes in such a way that you don't look like little tiny like Gulliver's Travels munitions or whatever. So let me scale that up real quick. And it doesn't seem to be having any inverse effect on the game when I do that, so that's good to know. Alright. So, when you enter, you can see that there are two men inside. One is a young man, and I'll activate the scene, don't worry. Let's see. There we go. Alright, when you come inside, you see that there's a younger man. He looks buff, but angsty. Definitely late teens, early early 20s, young adult. He is sweeping the floors and tidying up. There is another guy who looks pretty intense. He's got a little soul patch and wide staring eyes. And he is up front at the statue of the Morning Lord, and he seems to be sort of cleaning up the altar area and sort of organizing things and preparing stuff. There is a door to your right that leads outside into the graveyard, and then of course the door whence you came. There are also stairs that lead down, and then stairs that lead up into the bell tower. Hearing all of you enter, both men look up from their tasks, and the older man, who's dressed in the vestments similar to the ones that Father Donovich had, calls out to you and says, newcomers, what brings you to the house of the Morning Lord?
We have some compatriots that are injured. We didn't know if you would be able to look at them.
I see. You seek healing. It is not something I normally do, because there is only so much that can be done for so many. Are the wounds serious enough to warrant such intervention?
We were attacked by rather bitey fellows on the road.
You'll have to be more specific than that. Many fellows like to bite here in Barovia.
They appeared to be of the undead variety.
You'll have to be more specific than that, he says with a wry smile. The dead do not like to rest here in Barovia.
Wayne will go up to the priest and quietly say, zombies.
Bring the infected forward, that I might look upon them.
Arinia? Periwinkle?
Ergo.
I don't think it's Irene. I think it's Robin.
Yeah, Robin's gotta go.
You're right.
You're right.
It was
And
just
then
laying
Anne.
on top.
I mean, Irenia will go because she's nosy and curious, but like that sibling that goes to the doctor with you, even though they're not sick, just because they think it's fun to go to the doctor. All right. He is going to take a look with his medicine. Okay. All right. At first, he thinks that maybe everything is okay, but because you guys told him what to look for, he was able to roll with advantage, and he says, I see. Yes. The wounds are relatively fresh. We should be able to flush them out with a bit of holy water. And as he says that, the kid here, he says, but, Father, we don't... These are strangers. You just use the holy water on them. We don't know who they are or where they're going. There could be others who need it more. And the father looks at him and says, Milovage, these people need our help. We will help them. And perhaps with that good turn, they will go on to do good for others. This is how it works. Kindness. All right, so he's willing to treat you guys, but it will take like a couple hours. You guys just gonna hang out while he does this?
Wayne will turn to Henry and say, "Do you want to double back to the blacksmith or check out the toy maker or somebody in here in town that might be able to make more bullets?"
Probably the toy maker, if he's as good as they say.
Maybe you could explain the process to him, and he'll figure out how to do it.
Yeah, I could certainly try.
So you guys are gonna leave Anne, Robin, and Periwinkle here and kind of go about town in those 2 hours?
I mean, that's the idea that Wayne's floating to the group, sort of making the most of the time that we have. But we are strangers in a strange land, and everyone may feel safer if we stick together. So he's just wanting to see what everyone else is feeling.
Got you.
Maybe while you do that, me and Ismark go to the inn and secure the rooms.
Ismark says, sure. Let me get head count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dog 5, 6, 8. 8 sounds right. No, did I count myself? Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we don't count the cat.
6, 7 for cat. 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my goodness. There's so many of us. He looks sadly at his money pouch, and says, alright, well hopefully we don't have to stay too long.
Maybe float the idea that we can help out around the inn, provide entertainment.
It sounds like they already have a bard.
I mean, considering the emphasis that the burgomaster here puts on forced happiness, maybe more music is better. I don't know.
Let's not get wrapped up in quite yet.
I'm not trying to get political. I'm just trying to be mindful of the environment. That's all. It's just a thought. That's all.
Yes. We'll walk with a smile.
Leo says, I listened to the laws. I would say that half of them involves being happy. So if you want to know how I feel happy right now. All will be well. And gives you a thumbs up.
Yes.
All will be well.
All right.
Yeah, if we need anything to do around town, we can always stop in and see Vansui Holt. I believe has a residence here.
Eastmark says, yes, he does. All right, who's coming with me to the inn? And who's going to this toy maker?
I think Henry, Dunbar, and I are going to see the toy maker.
And Jason and Wheel will go with Ismark.
Okay. Irenia says, I will go see this toy maker. Sounds pretty cool.
All right.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do first? Toys or inn?
You guys can do the inn first.
Okay, let's grab a camera bat. Caw-caw. No, wait. Squeak, squeak. There we go.
When you first said, camera bat, I immediately was thinking of the old 1960s Batman show where it's like just cheesy as heck. Like a bat camera.
Yeah, bat cam.
The bat cam's pretty cheesy. All right.
I know, but like cheesier, campier.
Oh my goodness. I'll try my best. All right. So we've got Blue Water Inn. Look at this building. God damn, is it gorgeous. Feels like you're coming home again. You know what I'm saying? Look at that thing.
It looks a lot better than the inn in Barovia.
See? Village of Barovia has changed your standards.
No one's going to see us while we bathe or take a shit.
Yeah. It almost looks insulated.
Yeah, it's got a foundation.
Yeah, you're gonna be spoiled. I'm gonna put it out there. There's not a lot of places better than this. This is the fucking Hilton. All right. Gray smoke issues from the chimney of this large 2-story wooden building with a stone foundation, that's right, and a sagging tile roof, upon which several ravens have perched. A painted wooden sign hanging above the main entrance depicts a blue waterfall. I believe Benios took some liberties here, and it's supposed to be like a waterfall of foam, I guess, coming out of that mug. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. You can hear music coming from inside. Wayne, you think it is from a dulcimer? Maybe? And the melody is somewhat familiar to you. As you guys arrive, you see a raven with blue wingtips, a light on the windowsill, and it cacaws at you.
Wait, are we going collectively to the inn first, or I thought we were splitting up?
Sorry,
Wait,
not
miss.
yeah, sorry, not Wayne, Yeah, sorry. Let me grab the people that were so I can remember who's here. Eastmark, Leo, and Jason. So, Jason, you guys head in?
Yeah, no need to
Okay.
stand out here.
All right, cool. All right, we got PC Vision. Grab that, and you guys head into the establishment. Let's see. Boop. And then we'll turn on. Let's see. There we go. All right. So, Jason, I feel like you would probably recognize the song, but I don't know. Is Jason listen to a lot of music or radio or things like that?
Yeah, he listens to a fair amount.
Okay. Then you are hit like a frying pan to the head because you're pretty sure they're playing Wonderwall when you come in.
Is that what I think it is? He kind of turns to Leo and then I guess peruses where the sound is coming from in the tavern or the inn.
Yes. So to your right in the inn, there is a. Here, I'll take you into the inn. Okay. All right. I'll just start dropping minis as they become relevant, I guess. Let's see. Oh, or not. Hold on. There we go. Sitting on the stairs leading to the second floor, there is a handsome man with sort of reddish blonde hair and a spray of freckles. He has a dulcimer in his lap, and he is playing a song eerily familiar in every way to Wonderwall, and is actually singing the lyrics. And that's how you're pretty sure it's Wonderwall. Here at around 1:30 in the afternoon, it's not particularly crowded in the establishment. And as you look around, you do see that there are several empty tables. It is a very crowded common room with tables and chairs kind of everywhere, and bobbing and weaving your way through without hitting a chair or a person seems like it would be quite an ordeal. And let me add some peeps to this scene real quick. All right. Yeah, that works. And there's a bunch of ravens too, so let me grab those. Alright, so in the corner, you see an old dude who looks well past his best years. He has one eye remaining, the other bandaged. He looks sweaty, and the blood vessels in his nose and face look like they have already burst. Alcoholism seems to have kind of ravaged this man's body, and he sits there nursing what looks like his third bottle of wine, and just kind of picking at a stale loaf of bread. Blearily, he looks over at all of you, nods and kind of raises his cup, sloshing just a little bit of wine as he does, and then downs it. Behind the bar, there is an older gentleman, maybe in his mid-40s. He seems grizzled and hardened by the tough world that he lives in and maybe the things that he's seen. But he seems like a competent barkeep, and he is assisted by a young boy whose mini keeps eluding me. Ah, there we go. Who looks like the most confident child in the world. And he seems to be kind of following his father, shadowing his father, and doing all of the same kind of work that his father is doing. The only customer currently at the bar seems to be a Valakovan guard who is enjoying a drink and a late lunch. There is a woman sitting near the bar with dark hair, dark eyes. She looks very mysterious as she kind of looks over at you guys and takes in your measure. Sitting in the corner, you just see a guy that's maybe just trying to enjoy himself, have a little lunch, nothing crazy. A woman, tall and shapely, expertly maneuvers through the people, the chairs, the tables, over to you guys, and says, "Well, welcome to the Blue Water Inn. What can I do for you? It has been a while since I saw some fresh faces in here."
Yes, we just arrived. We're here to get some rooms.
Ah, some rooms. Fantastic. How many are in your party?
There's 11 of us.
11? Oh my goodness. Hold on a moment. And it looks like she's doing like a mental inventory. She says, let's see. What do we have available? I have... I have 2 doubles, and I have a common room. That would be... Let's see... That would certainly be enough. The common room is 4 bunks, 2 of which are already being used. So you'd have to sort of divvy things up, unless you all wanted to try to cram into the 2 rooms, but there's only 2 beds in each one.
Gonna glance over to Ismark, and it should be, we'll make it work.
So just the 2 rooms?
No, some of us can stay in the common room.
I see. So you want everyone to have a bed?
That would be preferable.
Alright, but you like the 2 rooms, and then the spillover into the common room?
That is correct.
Alright, if you look out the window, you can see that we have our own bathhouse. So if you need to bathe or whatnot, that's where you'll do that. It has a wood stove for heating the water. Upstairs, chamber pots, and you can have 1 meal a day, as part of your fee for the room. Any additional food and drink you must pay for out of pocket. We can run a tab for you depending on how long you'll be here. And I will warn you, the wine is a bit watered down. If you want better stuff, you will have to pay extra. There is a bit of a wine shortage right now. So, let's see, 11 people and the 2 rooms. That's going to be 7 gold a night.
A raise of an eyebrow and a glance over at Ismark.
Eastmark says that seems it seems a little high, but not too much. I assume that the great cost is coming from the 2 double rooms. She says, yes. They're very nice. The common room is not so much, but it does include 1 meal per day. And Eastmark looks down at his belt pouch, and he sighs, and he says, I can pay you for 1 night up front. I'll have to speak with my companions about the extended stay. Hopefully, we will take care of our business tonight and be gone in the morning. Thank you. And he exchanges the money with her, and you guys now have rooms. All right. Did you guys have anything you wanted to do real quick before we go check on the toy store?
Yeah, I probably would approach the bard who's playing the song that's not, as far as I know, not native to this region, and ask him where he learned it.
Oh, yeah. As you approach the guy, he says, "Oh, hi. The song? I learned it at college. I think every bard learns this one at college. It's like one of the first songs they teach you. Are you a fan? Yeah, I could stop if you want. Not everybody's into it. Do you want me to stop?
No, it's a nice tune. Did you go to college here?
No. Back in the capital city of Darkon. I'm actually new in town. Been here a few months. I got lost on the road.
That can happen. The fog is thick here.
Ah, so you got taken by the mist as well, huh?
Yes, me and a few companions.
Huh. Yeah. Interesting. Now, there's a couple of interesting people that have wandered in. Old man in the corner before me doesn't say much about anything. Apparently he's independently wealthy because all he does is drink from the moment he stumbles down the stairs to the moment he gets carried back up them. And then there's this real big lady. This is like the woman of your dreams. If you dream about women, let me tell you. She's been a recent addition, I guess. I think she kind of showed up a little bit after me. She's been through a lot. Doesn't talk about it, but I hear her at night. There's a lot of bad dreams. So. As if to introduce this individual, a door at the end of the hall opens, and you guys see. You want to give you an establishing shot, Remy?
Yeah. So, an above average height woman, with kind of like a messy wavy hair that comes down into a long braid over her shoulder. She's wearing a chainmail. She has 2 whips at her hips and 2 hand axes on her back. She also is walking assuredly, but she does have a prosthetic from the knee down on her left leg. She doesn't look super friendly, but she kind of like walks down and approaches the party. Who are these, Rick Double? They look new.
Yeah, Rictavio. Yeah. No, they just came in. I think they just secured rooms with Danica. Yeah, I just was filling them in on, you know, the other guests staying here. And by other guests, you know that he means himself and this stinky old man. Now, this old man has secured the only single room. You, with your financial situation, and Rictavio, who's staying here for free, you guys both sleep in the common room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did you all come from?
The Valley of Barovia.
Barovia. That place is a shithole.
It's in need of repair.
Eastmark bristles at this and stares at the woman and says, Barovia Valley was once a shining jewel of this land, and it will be again. Mark my words. My name is Eastmark Kolyonovich. It's very nice to meet you. And he extends a hand for a handshake.
The woman reaches out her hand and shakes his hand. A firm grip. You can call me Ez for now.
All right, Ace. And then this guy, he kind of slithers up. No. He walks up and he extends his hand, and he says, Leo Johnson. You can just call me Leo for now.
The pleasure. What is your business in town?
Leo looks to Eastmark and to Jason. Eastmark looks to Jason.
Business from the valley, and getting some work while we're here.
Did just the three of you come all the way from Valley of Barovia?
No, we're a large party.
A large party. She kind of takes her hand and she's got a leather glove and she kind of touches her lip. Are they all as strong as this one?
Eastmark says, there is one even stronger than I. Two, in fact. A young man and a woman who is of great size. And a bird flies in the window. You recognize it as blue-tipped raven. And blue-tipped raven flies down, and Jason, it goes to land on your shoulder. Do you allow this?
I will.
Okay. It lands on your shoulder, and then it kind of pecks at your hair and kind of grooms your hair a little bit, like moves it to the side, and then it flies up to the second floor. As you know that ravens are a sign of good fortune.
Interesting.
I see ravens are common here, granting at the few that are already in the inn.
Yes, they're good luck. The people welcome them.
Well, what is your business in town, Miss Ace?
Well, I'm just looking for some strong individuals to help me recover some lost wares.
We already fell for that one.
Oh, what do you mean?
There was a merchant, he hired us to recover some goods that they believe might have been stolen, but we ended up in the whole situation with the corpse carrying feeder, and
People almost fell in the river, and then there were scarecrows. It was a mess.
Oh,
Well, we think they were scarecrows. We don't know. It's a theory.
well, what I lost would help you in that kind of situation.
It sounds like you're looking for adventurers, but I am just here to, the political reasons, and then I must return home to in my village. He looks at you, Jason, for help.
Yes. This Mark is here on family business. The rest of us could be persuaded. Depending on what you lost, though we do have a sour taste of the past.
She kind of like leans in real closely to talk into your ear, Jason. I don't feel comfortable talking about it in the open, but introduce me to your friends. Hear what I have to say.
You hear the small voice say,
What don't you feel comfortable talking about? Eh?
and you recognize this as Bram Mardukov, the brazen yet capable 9-year-old son of the owners of the establishment.
I'd like to insight Brom.
Okay.
I will point out I have advantage if he is being hostile or
Okay.
potentially violent.
You gotta reveal it.
Oh, all my rolls were hidden from
Yeah.
character building.
No worries. Okay. You know for a fact that Brom is insatiably curious and very full of himself and very cocky and overconfident, and he likes to think that he's a cool guy. And his parents don't dissuade him from what a cool guy he thinks he is. He's not spoiled in so much as he works very, very hard, and he does, mind his parents and stuff, but he can be a little too direct with people.
Well, you see, Brom, if you ask questions like that, you'll ruin the surprise.
I understand. I think this guy's pretty cool. I like his haircut. Hey, buddy, where you get your haircut? I'm talking to you, tall guy. This guy. Hey, you. Where you get your haircut? Your mom do that?
No.
My mom cuts my hair. It's pretty good, alright?
And I could say take in this youngster.
Mm-hmm.
You
He has a 19 in swagger. That's what it says on his character sheet.
yes, I can tell you're well groomed. You carry yourself well.
Yes. Well, this is, you're welcome here at the Blue Water Inn. Might I recommend for dinner tonight, you'll have eclair for dessert. It's going to be very good. You can pair that with a chocolate wine. It's very nice. I hope everyone has a wonderful day.
And he starts to wander off.
You as well, Brom.
Guess as the kid waves, I turn back to Ez and the bard. How does the festivals here work? You've been here a few months, you must have been quite through a few of them. Are they all
Rictavius says they're all a shit show. Yeah, they don't go so well. This Baron, he's got the whole populace held prisoner. You want in and out of the city, you gotta sneak out. You gotta sneak in. There's a couple of guards that are brave enough to take bribes, but for the most part, once you're in, you're stuck here. And like every, I want to say like every 12 days or so, they have another festival. It's like the Wreath of Flowers, the Boar's Head Jamboree, the Scrimshaw Massacre. I don't know. It's just one after another, after another, after another. Everyone has to participate. Everyone has to be happy. Everyone has to. It's just exhausting.
And the Baron comes up with these ideas?
Oh yes, every single one. Yep. Him and his wife living in that big ass house, just telling people what to do. It's creepy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of the cities in Darkon are pretty iron fist, but I don't know. This is the weirdest lockdown I've ever seen. A happiness lockdown. My advice to you, do whatever you need to do and get the hell out of here before you can't.
Exactly.
Alright, on that note, we'll go see what's happening over at the toy store. Go see what's happening at the toy store. Alright, so we grab this crew right here. And they're gonna head over to the toy store. Alright. So, let me change the music out again. Let's see. Sorry, I feel like I'm moving in slow motion today. I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. Alright. So, as you guys arrive at the toy store, let's see. Alright, this cramped shop has a dark entrance portico above which hangs a wooden sign shaped like a rocking horse with a bee engraved on both sides. Flanking the entrance are two arched, lead-framed windows, and through dirty glass you see jumbled displays of toys and hanging placards bearing the slogan, "Is no fun? Is no Blinsky." And I will show you one of these lovely windows that you might gaze upon their splendor.
Yeah, there's
Let's
yeah,
go-
just
let's
don't
go.
stare at it, Dom.
All right, so as you are taking in these the sights, you see in the window a headless doll that comes with a sack of attachable heads, including one with its eyes and mouth stitched shut. There is a miniature gallows, complete with trapdoor and a weighted hangman. There is a set of wooden nesting dolls. The smaller each one gets, the older it gets, until the innermost doll is a mummified corpse. There is a wood and string mobile of hanging bats with flapping wings. You're pretty sure the bats are taxidermied. There is a wind-up musical merry-go-round with figures of snarling wolves chasing children in place of prancing horses. There is a ventriloquist dummy that looks like Count Dracula. And there is a doll that looks eerily familiar to you guys. It has pale porcelain skin and green eyes and fiery red hair, and it seems to be sitting on the shelf with its head kind of slumped over and its eyes, its glassy eyes, just staring at you through the window.
Oh, this isn't creepy at all. But if this guy is good mechanically, I guess we're not ones to judge. Shall we?
Okay. Irelia kind of shrugs, but her gaze kind of like lingers on the doll, and she sort of squints her eyes at it. She says, "That's a very pretty doll, right?"
From a certain point of view.
Then, anyways, all right. So you guys head into the toy shop. All right. Let's see. Let me know if you can see, because another group I had couldn't see in this place. Are you able to see, or are you only? You got vision? Okay. All right. So as you enter, you see a delightful toy shop. If it was supplying the toys for A Nightmare Before Christmas, every shelf is full of horrifying perversions of children's toys. You cannot imagine that any of these would be approved for general distribution unless that was specifically like what they were going for, like the whole Five Nights at Freddy's craze or whatever. A monkey is perched on a man's shoulder, and it looks over at you guys with intensity in its eyes. And the man whose shoulder it's sitting on looks up at you from the sort of tinkering he's doing on the counter with equal intensity in his eyes. They go wide with wonder, and he immediately begins stepping from his left foot to his right foot, causing the bells of his jester's costume to jingle and causing the monkey to jump up and down on his shoulder. And he says to you, well, who do we have here today? Coming into Blinsky's Toys? Well, look at this. Welcome, friends, to the House of Blinsky, where happiness and smiles can be bought at bargain prices. Perhaps you know a wee child in need of joy. A little toy for a girl or boy. And he just smiles huge at you guys. As he does a little pirouette, and as his pirouette starts to slow down, and he sees Irenia, he just backs up, and he says, "Oh, it is you! Oh my goodness! What? Oh my god! Wait right here!" And the monkey leaps off his shoulder onto the counter, and you hear the jingling of bells, chink, 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 as he runs away.
Arena, have you been to Vallaki before? Have you met this guy?
I mean, I've been here like once or twice, I think, as a child. The roads are pretty dangerous, so generally, you don't travel unless you have to. But
Mhm.
The monkey taps the sign, and it says, and the sign says, "You break it, you buy it." And then he puts two fingies to his eyes, and then he pokes the fingies towards you guys.
Don't worry, buddy. We're not going to break anything.
All right. He looks down at Dunbar and says, and they begin to have a conversation. You hear some clattering and some banging from the back room, and then you hear sort of a jingle jangle sound as He comes huffing and puffing around the corner, his arms full of papers, and he lays them down and begins to spread them out on the counter. And each and every one is a drawing of Irenia at different ages. Young, current, old, and some of them are clothed, some of them are not clothed. All of them seem to be black and white charcoal drawings, but anywhere that her lips and hair would be, it is like a blood red ink was used. And he says, "Look, look, it is you! You are the woman! You're the woman in these drawings! Isn't that crazy?" And she looks like she's going to pass out, and she starts to stagger backwards towards the table behind you, Wayne.
I grab her and steady her.
Okay, go ahead and give me either a sleight of hand or an acrobatics.
Sleight of hand.
Okay.
And I will roll. I'll use one of my demon inspirations for this because I don't want to have to.
This table's full of glass animals. So, oh wow, okay, you expertly kind of grab her. Where would you like her to go? What would you like her to? You got nat 20.
Oh, I will kind of. I guess sort of take her like into a dancing stance and kind of like twirl her over away from Belinsky because I don't know what this guy's deal is. Like in front of Henry.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you kind of move,
and I guess I'll like
move with her and interpose. Interpose your stuff. Okay. She says, "Oh, Wayne, I don't feel so good." And you can tell that she's gonna pass out. Remy, anything from Henry?
I mean, Henry's kind of just watching this whole thing. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty creepy.
Creepy? No, it's crazy. Look, and he just starts like showing you guys all the pictures. This is. Do you see the dolly in the window? I made that based on these pictures. I make so many of those dolls, and I always wonder, who is this woman? And
Where'd you get those pictures?
Oh, from the person who hires me to make those dolls, Isaac Strasny. He brings me the pictures and he says he wants a doll made just like the pictures. Every couple months or so. I've probably made like 30 of them by now. Weird, right?
Very weird.
Oh, I am sorry. Did this upset you? I did not mean to. I was just so excited.
Crash, out of character. You said that some of these pictures of Arinya, they were of her at various, ages, but you said some were with her dressed and some of them were of her undressed.
Like model sheets, basically, like like nothing perverted, but just like still lifes essentially. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable if somebody brought a pile of those sorts of pictures out.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I will take these away.
Please do.
He begins to stack them all up and jingles his way towards the back.
Arinya, do you want us to get those pictures?
I don't want to be here anymore. I feel sick. I think I'll go to sleep outside.
Henry, do you want to keep an eye on her?
Yeah, I could do that.
Wayne's gonna look over at the monkey, kind of. Can I get a sense of whether is it as eccentric I'm being very generous, as eccentric as its owner?
Monkey looks
Or is
very
it-
professional.
Or is like the owner, or is like the monkey the one who's really in charge, you know?
The monkey just looks like he's pretty. He's got his shit together. That's all. You know, he's very dapper. He's got his little gold embroidered vest on. You know.
Well, I think that's more of what I meant by like the one in charge. Like the monkey is like the one that's
Oh,
the one.
maybe. The guy comes tumbling back from the back and he says, "Okay, mischief managed. Wait, where did she go?"
Those pictures
Hmm.
were not the sort of thing you bring out in polite company, Fred.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just so excited. You have to understand. I have made these dolls like 30 times. I have stared at those pictures, learning every shape that I might make the dolls better each time. But this is the first time that I thought perhaps that I got to see. It is a real person. Is that Isnik's secret, like, lover or something?
More like a secret obsession.
Secret obsession? Oh, am I in trouble?
We don't know yet.
Oh no! But Isaac is the sort of man you cannot say no to.
I understand that, and that's why I said we don't know yet. We need to investigate a little bit more. 'Cause that is-
Investigate? Are you a investigator?
let's just say I'm a concerned party.
Oh, why did you come here then if you did not want to see those pictures? To buy
I'm not-
toys?
I'm hoping that your mechanical skills might be put to better use, and it might help lessen the trouble you might be in.
Why is it the trouble?
And Wayne will produce a bullet and ask him, have you seen anything like this before?
Let me see.
And he takes it and he kind of stares at it, and he says,
This is some sort of seed.
That's one way of looking at it. It's a bullet.
There is. This is a pretty fancy bullet. The ones I've seen from Crazy are just metal balls. There is paper package, the powder in the ball, and you stick it in the pipe. Boop 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 boop. Then you aim
Exactly.
it.
This is a little bit more advanced technologically speaking.
Oh.
Brass case, shaped instead of just a round ball bullet. Powder still goes inside the casing, and there's a
Everything in one.
exactly.
Wonder why they haven't thought of that in Crazy yet. Could I have this to look at?
You can make a drawing.
Oh, I need to take it apart.
Maybe not right now.
Hmm.
I have some spent shells, though, that could stand to be reloaded. You see, that's something that you might be able to do.
I need to learn how it works, and I learned by taking it apart.
What would something like this run, me and my friends, considering the fact that we aren't sure of what the extent of your involvement in this picture business is?
Well, the picture business is E6, and he is captain of the guard. I mean,
That's the thing, though, is he roped you into it, and just because he's the captain of the guard doesn't mean his hands are clean.
well, one of his hands is very big and red. It makes fireballs come out.
Good to know.
I don't know how much this business will cost because I don't know how it works yet.
All right. Wayne's going to take out one of his spent bullets, and he's going to take the bullet that he had shown to Blinsky and pass it to him.
I don't have any of the things necessary to make the black powder on me, but I could try. It might take some time.
How much time do you think?
Oof. With the town lockdown, all the goods are still here. I just need to ask around.
Do you think you could do so quietly without raising too many questions?
Sure. I am always looking for things to power my clockwork machinery. I will hit up apothecary and probably the farmer's market.
Okay, that sounds about right.
If you leave me some life around, I could probably speed up the process. But it looks like I will need to make special tools for just this sort of thing.
Well, if you're able
I
to,
prefer to make toys, though. Don't you use guns to kill people?
I use guns to protect my friends.
You're like a hero? And you see growing from the top of his head, like a yellow, like ball. It's kind of like starting to appear from the back of his head, and then slowly, like sort of like this sort of phallic, sort of yellow rod, kind of rises from the back of his head, and then you see a little wire, and it's connected to a yellow ball, and you see that the monkey is kind of waving it back and forth above his head, and he says, "If you are adventurers, I have quest for you."
Okay.
So, did you know there is a big castle in the Barovia?
Hard to miss it.
It is called Castle Ravenloft, and inside there is the most incredible toy. It is a clockwork man! It is not very big, but it is a man nonetheless. I would very much like to see it. If you could bring it to me, I would be forever happy and would love you forever.
Well, my understanding is that it's kind of hard to get an invitation to the castle, but if the opportunity presents itself, I'll certainly see what I can do.
Oh, joy! Remember me when you go, and so if you find this toy and you bring it to me, that will be amazing! Also, I have one more quest. If you in your journeys happen to find some magic to bring toys to life, could you teach it to me? I would very much like to bring my toys to life. Then they could go wherever they want and spread joy to girls and boys all by themselves.
Wayne looks around the toy shop at all of the
Wayne, it would not be
morbid shops, morbid toys, and just I don't know about that.
I have donated many of my toys to orphanage to try to make those children happy.
I see.
But it's not working. One of the children fell out the window and died, and then 3 more ran away. The answer? More toys! I will send more over tomorrow.
Have you tried something less severe in your
Severe?
style?
In my style? Did
Yeah.
you know that Strahd Zarovich came to my shop once with his wives? And they bought lots of toys, and he told me that I made fantastic works of art. I made a dummy of him. It's over on the shelf. Do you see it?
I thought that looked familiar.
Are you a fan?
He is.
In case you didn't think this campaign had enough support. There you go.
Oh my God. Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
One creepy toy.
So, anyways, he inspires me. He says that children need to learn to master their fears, and that a spooky toy will help them laugh at the darkness, and that will make them happy and strong.
That's certainly one point of view. But Strahd, I'm guessing, has excuse me, your muse. He's probably known things to be a little bit different. If children, all they know is this world, they may not have that same context. Maybe something happier, brighter might
Wayne,
be
can
a better
you
fit.
give me a history check?
For sure.
All right. Keep going. Yeah.
Well, I am willing to think about it. If you have some drawings or ideas, you could maybe show me.
I'm not much of a sketch artist, but bright colors, yellow, purple, green, primary colors, not always black and white, things that are not so pointy, rounded edges.
Oh, I have one that is lots of yellow. It is werewolf puppet. Here, I show you.
And he pulls werewolf puppet off the shelf. Shows it to you.
That is a strong likeness of a werewolf.
Do you feel like it's going to get you? Look at the bright red colors.
That might be a bit intense for a child.
No, they laugh at these toys. You know, one of my best customers was the boy Brom. He lives over at the Blue Water Inn. He was always in here buying toys. Lately, he has not been coming here.
I see.
Well, I will take a look at this bullet. Perhaps come back later tonight or tomorrow morning and might have more news for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And those drawings, do you need to keep them, or is your work more or less done?
No, it's never finished. He will always wants more dollies.
Are you working on
I think
anything
it's
right
very
now?
nice that a big man like Isaac is okay with having dollies. This makes me feel better about my dolly collection.
Are you working on a doll right now for Isaac?
I just finished that one. He should be coming by to get it any time now.
Hmm. Do you still need those drawings?
Ah, yeah, they're not mine to give. If Isaac found out they were gone, he would be very upset with me.
Well,
I
I don't want him to be upset with you.
Yeah, that he would kill me. Don't think he hasn't done it. He just grabs people with his arm and he burns them alive.
No, I believe you.
Okay. Well, you don't want to buy anything then? Just commission work for bullets, eh?
Please.
Okay. Come back before 9, but after 7. Or tomorrow morning.
Before 9, but after 7.
All right.
Got it.
And he puts on like this magnifying glass headset, and he gets out like his tinkering tools, and it looks like he's going to try to dissect a bullet. So that could go a number of ways.
Wait. You don't cut along the brass. You can, with like pliers, you can pull the bullet out the front.
Yeah, I'd be okay. Do you want to hang out for a bit? Do you like it in the house of Belinsky? Do you want to be my bullet buddy?
I would hate to disturb your work. I just thought I'd point
You
that
don't
out to
have
you.
to be shy, eh? Me and Piccolo, we could hang out with you at Puppy Dog.
Well, I'll be back later on tonight. My friends are waiting.
Oh, okay. See you later. Here, Piccolo, you hold the bullet while I try to cut it open.
I'm telling you, just pull on the bullet. You don't need to cut it. That's what
All right.
pliers are for.
Do you stay in the house of Blinsky or do you leave?
Wayne's gonna leave.
Okay.
I mean, I can only tell him so many times, and I'm not gonna get sucked in there.
All right. I'll take you back to the landing page. All right, let's go back to the church and get you guys healed up. In the time that you were over at the church getting healed up, did you have any questions for the father?
Let me see here. I guess I would ask him where the toy shop is, and then see if he's seen anybody that has a leg like this before.
Okay.
Here.
He says, how strange. There was another woman that had a similar injury. I believe she worked with the local toy maker and blacksmith to create a prosthetic to replace the leg. It seems to be working rather well. She's been in recovery for several weeks.
Okay.
Basically crawled back from the wilderness. One leg. Incredible.
Must be quite strong.
He is some sort of hunter. Bounty hunter? Monster hunter? I'm not entirely sure.
You see.
I know before she left on the journey that resulted in her injury, she had purchased quite a bit of holy water from the church at a very fair price.
I see.
And that's when you realize he has a store.
See how he transitioned into the gift shop? Look at that.
Yeah.
Alright. So you should find it under journal entries, Vallaki, St. Andrew's Church. Here, I'll just hang it up here by the cross while you're on the... There we go.
Sadly, Anne only has 2 gold, so...
Ah.
Alright, Well, I think holy water has been something that we've been definitely needing, so maybe we can do something to earn it.
Well, since you offered, the orphanage has been having some really bad luck lately. A child has died and 3 have run away. The women who run it, as well as Milovaj, my assistant, who was raised there and lives there now as a caretaker, they're at their wits' end trying to figure out what's happened. Perhaps you could swing by and help them.
I'm not the best with children.
Oh.
But I know someone who is. She'll look at Robin.
Robin smiles at you and says, of course, after everything you've done for us, Father, it's the least we could do. I think we saw the orphanage on the way over. Would it be too forward of us to go there right now, or is it sort of times of the essence? And he says, well, I don't want to put you out, but I mean, the sooner we get a fresh set of eyes over there, trying to at least calm people down, the better. I must Yeah, I must return to my duties, but the three of you should be all right. And he stands and gets back to his duties. All right.
All right.
So at that point, do we just have everybody serendipitously meet like outside the church, or like how do we want to transition everybody to be in a similar location, or do you want to remain split up?
I guess we'd probably meet up at the inn since that's where we know where we're staying.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and grab you guys. Take you guys over to the inn. Henry, Irenia, her 14 broken bones, Dunbar, Kitten. All right. There's a lot of dudes. All right. Head on over to the inn. All right. So the two other groups that went to Toy Store and Place to Get Healed, you guys arrive at the Stonehill, not the Stonehill Inn, excuse me, at the Blue Water Inn. And as you enter, you can see that now it's about 3 in the afternoon. Things haven't changed too much as far as clientele. Some people have come and gone. The place starts to feel crowded real quick. All right. So, Eastmark and Jason, what did you guys kind of do after kind of resolving the room situation? Did you stable the horses, bring stuff up to the rooms? Like, what's your general unpacking situation?
Yeah, we'll get the horses settled.
Okay.
The goods in the cart would probably wouldn't leave them in the cart. I don't trust somebody not to swipe them.
Okay. Yeah. So you unpack everything and bring it up to one of the double rooms.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as you do all of that, what is Ez up to?
Ez is kind of just sitting at a table drinking watered down wine, waiting patiently for these guys' Strong's friends to arrive.
All right, sounds good to me. So these guys' strong friends arrive. You guys see a woman, somewhat tall, eye patch, long brown braid, messily kind of collected together, sitting at a table in the corner. You see an old man in the corner, barely conscious, sort of just trying to drink himself to death, it looks like. And then, of course, Meta, you see all of the sites described earlier. As all of you begin to filter in, this woman, Danica, approaches and says, "Welcome to the Blue Water Inn. I assume that you're here with Jason and Eastmark."
Yeah.
Excellent. They have already secured rooms for you. Do you want your meal now or later? Or would you prefer to have breakfast tomorrow? Or, I mean, you know, you get one meal with the room and then you can have whatever. You know what? Here, I'll get you some menus. And hips swiveling, she heads over to get a menu. All right, you guys see Jason and Eastmark coming down the stairs, and you see Leo. You notice now Leo is over at the bar, seems to be engaged in conversation with the barkeep. All right, Leo and Eastmark, as you come out of the room and start heading down the stairs, you see your other companions who have finally made their way here. All right. As you guys are kind of giving each other the nod, the door opens and a very mysterious individual comes in with dark eyes, dark hair. He just kind of strides up to the bar and
seems to kind of raise his hand in like a gesture, and the barkeep nods and goes to get him a drink. All right, sorry to interrupt.
Wayne, everything go okay at the toy maker?
He's got a screw loose.
When you say that, some of you see that Irenia has a haunted look on her face.
And we discovered that the captain of the guard has a very unhealthy obsession with Arena. Don't know how he's got drawings of her.
Drawings, Ismark says.
Easy does it. The guy is a killer.
A killer?
Wait,
I mean,
if he's a killer, then why is he hanging?
Leo says because he's a cop.
yeah. He's had dolls commissioned of Arena. And that doesn't sit well with
Leo
me.
says
Sex dolls?
Maybe. Probably.
Irenia says,
Maybe, probably. That was not a sex toy. The dolls you have sex with? What are you even talking about?
It's something from Earth.
Why, there's something here.
Are these dolls of Arenia currently, or?
As up to her current age, yes.
Why, you don't need to put all these details out. Let's just, let's move on past all
I'm
these
sorry.
parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, kind of we know what it is.
How does he know
Smoke,
Arena?
you-
Oh, here we go. Here are your menu. Here you go.
God dang.
I'm gonna try and figure out a way that we can deal with that.
you do see that it says all doors and windows can and should be barred at night for your safety.
As well they should.
Now you do notice that it says 1 EP for the night, which is half a gold, and then that is for the common room, and then the you get a daily soup and fresh bread included in the price. So whatever you're paying for these double rooms is pretty high, but again, as Ismark said, not stupidly high, but it is a little bit of a markup.
Wayne will change the subject with Eastmark and ask him,
Wait,
were you able to
How
able
will
to get
the huh?
were you able to
Yes,
take
yes, we
mention
have
of-
rooms.
right, but like getting the price down.
Ah,
Like we
it
can
was
do something.
it was fair price, but it's like going to be 7 gold a day, and we only get to eat 1 meal, so
That's a lot.
it's. I mean, this is.
There's 11 of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, man.
I guess so.
We should be able to find something around here that we can get some coinage on the quick.
Oh, as you say that, for just the briefest moment, you see a yellow exclamation mark appear above Danica Dorokova's head, and she says, "Did I hear that you're looking for coin? Because I have need of people who can get things done. Are you at all interested?"
What do you need done?
Well, act like I'm telling you about the specials. So, the wine shortage, might be related to my husband's family. The Martikovs, they're an old family here in Vallaki, and they, in Barovia, one of the oldest families. They're very wealthy, and they own the best and now only vineyard left in Barovia, the Wizard of Wines. They, he and his father, they had a bit of a falling out, and Erwin, he is convinced that his father is withholding the wine shipment to Vallaki to punish him. But I think that it might be something a bit more serious than that. Let me ask you, Ismark, are you also having wine shortage in the village of Barovia?
And he says, "Da, it's part of why we're here."
She says, oh, well, it has nothing to do with Vallaki. At least not that I know of. Unless the mayor, unless the Baron, is what they call them here. Unless the Baron is, unless he's intercepting the deliveries, they're just not coming. And if they're not coming to us, and they're not coming here, they're not coming there to the village of Barovia, and they're not coming here, then I can only assume that something might be wrong. I was hoping to have someone go and check. We can't afford to leave. We have to run our establishment and watch our children. And it's very hard to exit the city. Since you are some sort of political person, I thought maybe when you leave, you could leave here and just head west to go check on the vineyard. And then find out what happened and, come back and let us know. And if you run into my father-in-law, if you could just tell him that we're sorry and we did not think it would make him so angry, and if he really is withholding the wine because of something that we did, he needs to stop. Because the wine is the lifeblood of the people, and they don't need to suffer unnecessarily for some petty squabble. Have I said too much?
No, it doesn't seem like it.
How far is it to the vineyard? Is there a reason why passing merchant haven't seen it on the way?
Well, there's not much happening here in Barovia anymore. The trade roads have been closed for 4 months. And before that, there was only truly the settlement of Kresik and here in the village of Barovia left. But we haven't heard much from Kresik. Rictavio said that he ran into Kresik on his way here, but they turned him away at gunpoint. Do you have a map? I could mark the vineyard for you.
We do. Like I say,
It's in the map case.
it's in the map case. So I'll get the map case that I brought in from the cart
Okay.
and kind of unroll it.
Oh, it looks like you were curious about it. It's actually right here. So it's a bit of a ways. There should be... Where did you get this map? There should be a road. Right about here. That leads to the vineyard. Altogether, if you take that cart of yours, it is about 2 days.
If we do this, would you be able to give us something so that we can make the trip?
Something to make the trip. What do you need? Like rations?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, I could provide you with some food and drink to take with you on the road. And of course, I will gladly pay for information that you bring back.
Wayne will lean forward and say, is it possible for you to say what the disagreement was about?
Yeah.
Or
It
is
was
that something
about...
that we need to discuss privately?
It was about my husband and I, and I don't think it really matters. You're not supposed to solve the problem, just to tell them that if it is the problem, they need to stop, and explain the situation that they've placed everyone in with their stubbornness.
Understood.
Davian is a great man, but also he's just can be just a real stubborn son of a bitch.
If we do this for you, what sort of payment are you offering?
Well, just for making the journey alone, and coming back, I could probably provide you with 30 gold.
And looks at Ismark to see if that seems like a lot or good enough for that.
Ismark. Ismark says 30 gold to deliver a message. What if we get there and it's something bad has happened?
And then she says, well, I hope nothing bad has happened. I don't know. If something bad has happened, I hope you would help them. And our family, especially Davian, is very well off. He could certainly repay any kindness you give to him.
Who delivered the wine before they stopped?
It was usually Adrian, my husband's brother.
He still lives with his father?
Well, yes, it's a family business. Is that something that you might consider, or... I mean, I don't want to offer you too much behind my husband's back like this. You know, let me speak with him. I don't want to have any secrets. I know that he would be cross for me bringing up personal business, but once he hears that the village of Barovia is also not receiving wine, I think it will change his tune. How about we speak tonight before you head upstairs?
Sounds reasonable.
Thank you so much. And can I get anyone anything?
I'll have a wolf steak.
Oh, excellent. We have a lot of wolf steak after that last festival. Oh. Anyone else?
Just fresh bread.
Oh, of course.
I'll have a fresh bread too with it.
And so she takes your various orders and then heads back. All right.
While
Crash, is
we're
it
getting treated,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Wayne and then Robin and Anne, I ran into the bard and got to know him and someone else who's staying here. She's got seems like coin and an opportunity to get some items that could be useful for what you want to do, Anne.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when your attention is drawn to the woman kind of sitting in the corner.
Crash, is it safe to say I overheard that conversation about? the
Oh
wine
yeah,
and
yeah,
drink?
probably, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ez will stand up and she'll kind of like just pull up a chair and like force herself at the table. So, you were just introducing me, Jason.
I was. Everyone, this is Ez.
You're right, some of your friends are very strong, I can see. Oh look, you have a leg like me. And she kind of rudely backs her prosthetic on the table.
Yeah. I'm assuming that because it was designed by Blinsky, it's like slightly horrific looking, or is that like what's the situation going on there?
I mean, Ez definitely would have. I mean, you know her dislikes, so she probably tried to have as much influence as possible on it. Probably some like gold leaf trim on it, but yeah, it probably doesn't look too presentable.
You got that from the toy maker.
Yes, it took a few tries, but it did a good job. It's quite strange.
That's to say the least. How
Yeah,
hard do you have to get him to tone it down?
Oh, there's no toning him down. You kinda just accept it. He's good meaning man. Just a bit weird.
To be determined.
So, I heard you listening to Danica's proposal? Will you travel to the vineyards?
Yet to be determined.
Well, if you do, I've got it's just about a day's ride from here. I've got some stuff that could help you out.
Is it the same direction as the vineyard?
Well, she said west. My stuff, I don't want to be too forthcoming until you agreed to help me, but we go west both ways.
Well, what's this stuff? For all we know, it could be illicit drugs, child trafficking.
not drugs. Not drugs. Just the kind of stuff you need to protect yourself in these lands.
So you're an arms dealer.
No. I needed the stuff at the time, but I ran into some trouble. Made my way here. But if you help me, I'd be willing to share.
We understand trouble on the road. We've had our own share.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
need to know what it is we're risking our lives for.
Look,
Does it come silvered?
she smiles at you.
Wherein it could be useful.
Well, supposed to meet with that what is it, the burgomaster here tonight for dinner.
Yes, sunset?
Well, at his place, I believe was the
At
that's what they
6.
said. Yeah.
What
I
do
wanna-
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I wanna shower and rest up before we have to go over there, because they're probably gonna ask us to do something too.
Oh, there's a nice bathhouse here at the end.
Yeah, with heatable water. Heatable water.
This place is much better than than the village of Barovia.
Yes, that place is a shithole. But she
Eastmark.
looked at Eastmark, soon to be the new rising gem of all of Barovia.
Well, just had a long run of bad luck is all. Right, Arinia?
Irenia looks haunted. It just stares out the window.
Yeah. Bad luck.
Well, I know bad luck.
Parpel says,
My uncle died. My uncle died. He died. Bad luck.
Oh,
Church burned down. Vampires. Zombies.
wait, did you say vampires?
Nah, you
In
remember.
Barovia?
in village of Barovia. The two vampires. One is boy, and one is girl. Girl mean. Is mean. Mean to Anne. I like Anne, and Anne strong. But this vampire lady is mean. It's mean lady. And then this lady, she have carriage, black carriage on the road, and she bully us on the road. She bullied us on the road. Very mean lady. And then the blackhead Chris, he died. He died on the road. His mist choke him, and we bury him on the side of the road. And these,
That's enough,
and the,
Periwinkle.
okay,
She gets the idea.
it's bad luck.
Well, he mentioned the lady. What about this boy?
Got away. Nearly killed us.
Oh, you fought it.
Yes, they fought it, but there was fire, and they did not have the appropriate tools to deal with vampire. We were hoping to pick some up here in the town.
I saw they were selling some holy water at the church.
Oh,
It's
well,
quite expensive.
I've got a whole bunch of holy water. If you were to help me. It's too bad you didn't get to kill it. Nothing beats the feeling of killing vampire.
You have killed vampire?
Once or twice.
Does it, does Az seem to be bluffing
Yeah.
on killing vampire?
Give me a insight. They seem to be telling the truth. You're getting like big, like like Van Helsing vibes almost. And you're getting little Van Helsing vibes.
Well, how'd you do it?
I'm more worried about not how you did it, but what you ran into on the road that was your bad luck.
Almost as bad as vampire. Werewolf butter. It bit off my leg.
Leo says, let's hold on. Werewolf bit off your leg.
Yes.
Those are the.
Caught me off guard. There was a pack of them. I managed to drag myself
not-
away.
You don't. It seems like you would have a decent sized leg. How big a werewolf does it take to bite off a leg?
Would I say they're like Periwinkle size?
Oh yeah, when they wolf out, they're bigger than Periwinkle. Yeah.
A bit bigger than him. Much bigger.
Huh.
If I wasn't put off guard, I would have got him.
Leo looks over at you, Jason. Like, you guys have been friends long enough that you know that he doesn't want to fight a werewolf. And then Henry says, "What about silver bullets? Doesn't that kill werewolves?"
I would know that to be true, right?
Ah, yes. I mean, it doesn't one-shot kill them, but silver
Yeah.
hurts them. Yeah.
Silver is very effective. They hate the stuff.
You would also know that in this 5th age of magic,
It's one of the only things that does hurt them.
It's just about the only way to kill him.
Eastmark says, well, I don't care what you guys decide to do, I suppose, but I want to make sure that the trade road's open. So I'm going to the dinner tonight. I'll try to negotiate that. If any of you are willing to come with me to help me, I would appreciate it very much. And then I'm not the best with words, and it seems that Irene is pretty shook up. If it's something that can be done, then I will probably pursue that, and I suppose then we will part ways.
Eastmark, who do you want to have help you?
Oh, at the dinner tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Robin is pretty good at talking to people. Jason seems to keep a pretty level head most of the time. You're like pretty good with words, but sometimes you get a little too like focused on things that maybe get things off track.
No, that's fine. That's why I'm asking.
I'm worried Anne might just try to like arm wrestle him or something.
Well, then you should take Robin and Jason with you. I think the rest of us can keep busy and try and stay out of trouble.
You sure? I mean, I don't mind bringing whoever wants to come. Maybe you'll
I'll go.
understand.
Free dinner.
Free dinner. There you go. You'll look very intimidating too, so.
Did I hear free?
But yeah, this free dinner, and I mean, it didn't say who couldn't come.
No, Eastmark, you raise a valid point. If you think I'd be more harm than good, then I'll still clear. I've got other things I can do tonight.
Well, I just don't know. I don't know what to expect. I met this man a couple of times in my whole life, and he's bigger than life. He's very loud. He's very confident. He's a little offensive. I don't know. It sounds like he's up to some real weird shit now. I don't.
The last time you talked about.
You saw?
Huh? What?
When was the last time you spoke with the Baron?
Goof, like 4 years ago, maybe. I was still very much a boy, or a young man, I suppose.
Last time you spoke about him, you said that the thing he cares about is about making everybody happy, and this place is supposed to be like some beacon of happiness that's gonna make all the darkness go away, right?
Yes, but...
Well, just say that, you know, if we make the happiness go to Rovia and the other towns, it makes it so that there's more happiness. And I'll get rid of everything. I don't know. Something like that.
Alright, that seems like a good idea. Alright.
Trade would make people happy.
Yes, okay. Alright, I think we could do this then. And we need to be there by 6. I think it is like 4 o'clock, so we have like hour and a half. I don't think that cleaning up from the road is not a bad idea. Hey, Arinia? She's like looks listlessly for the window. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Rainia, you wanna shower with me and Robin? We'll go.
Sure. I want to see those big lady muscles. Yeah. Alright, so I'm assuming during this next hour or so, everybody washes up from the road. tries to collect themselves, get ready for this dinner.
Mhm.
Does that sound right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Unless you need anything in particular, I'm gonna fast forward it. You guys gonna let Ez kind of like slide in on this? I mean,
He
Eastmark
kind of just
is.
shows up at the bath.
Oh, okay. So you just show up at the bath. All right. When you show up at the bath as this woman, Anne, she got muscles. This is a big strong lady. This is like some of the half ogres that you've met in your many journeys, or like a half orc even.
Yeah, that's what probably ask her. How did you get so big and strong?
I
You
died.
look human.
Apparently.
You died. Can I insight that?
Yeah. She is telling the truth.
What happened after you died?
I don't know. I just woke up. Bigger.
I see. Well, you look capable at least. You were asking about the leg. Do you want me to talk to some people? I've built some relationships.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over to the toy maker and see if they can give me one that's my size.
Yes, it does look a bit too small for you. Or is that's the size for you for when you died?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
And if maybe he can, another hand.
Yeah, and you see that they are missing a hand as well.
You do look a bit beat to shit. I'll need you in full shape to help me recover my stuff.
I need to be in full shape to do what I want to do too.
Oh, what is it you want to do?
A little bit of I need to settle a debt.
Can I insight that?
Yeah, you could decide that as well. Yes, this woman is obsessed with vengeance.
You mean to kill somebody
Yep, settle a debt.
here in Vallaki?
Apparently.
You should be careful. You'll be hanging. They won't let you get away with it. You'd have to be sneaky.
We'll see about that. If I succeed, maybe I don't need to be just sneaky about it. Maybe after it's done, I'll be good.
You'll be good? Like,
Mm.
you'll be ready to die again?
Oh, she doesn't answer.
Robin would, at this point, probably intercede and say, there were people that we're very sure did something to one of our friends, and that friend was Anne's brother, and so she wants to find out what happened and get closure to that.
Oh, so did this happen in Barovia?
Yes, before we left.
Well, if this debt travels, why would you kill her here in Vallaki? Why not wait for her to leave?
Well, we know that she lives near here. I don't think she lives in the city.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you've heard of her, Morgantha. Those pastries.
Have I heard of Morgantha who sells pastries?
You know that there's a baker in town who runs a bakery called The Shadow.
There's a baker in town. I don't think I know much about it. It's called the Chateau. The shadow. I emphasize the dough.
Oh,
Alright, Irenia says, I don't know. But maybe they would know because, like, competition?
maybe. It's a place to start.
So you said the werewolf ate your leg, but, like, how did you lose your eyeball?
That was from the cliff, right?
Uh.
I don't think that was. Oh yeah. Well. I've got lots of stories. I'll tell you sometime.
Alright, you tell me sometime. I really like your eyebrows. They're like nice and bushy.
Yours are nice and bushy as well.
I think that that's like kind of sexy, like when ladies have bushy eyebrows, right? Like you don't need small eyebrows to be beautiful. I think bushy eyebrows is like the best eyebrows. So I bet if they asked like all the people in Vallaki like which is the sexiest, they'd probably say bushy eyebrows.
As you say this, Anne's gonna look in the water at a reflection.
Yeah, I mean you got some pretty bushy eyebrows there. Okay. It's like the bushy eyebrow.
Actually,
Robin with her nice thin eyebrows, like the fucking Sneech with a star on its belly over here. Like what's going on with that? So
guess it's a sign of strength.
yeah, all right, yeah. And Irenia stands up and just starts like flexing, like Muscle Beach, like flexing. And with your muscle sense, you determine that she has above average muscles, but nowhere near enough muscles to be truly strong.
And with her muscle senses tingling, she's gonna have to stand up and flex as well.
Okay. One thing your muscle senses tell you is that the this Ez woman, this mysterious woman, is as strong as you, if not a little stronger.
Okay.
Finally, someone you could respect.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right.
think everyone standing up and flex, as will stand up and flex as well.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. That's when, conveniently, the door opens and Henry says, hey, is everybody, oh, okay, well, and he closes the door and he says, they're not done yet.
You need to knock first.
You hear him whistle as he walks away.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kashishin would be... Wayne, what do you think of this as person? And their offer?
Sounds like we can get some silver we need in terms of improving our weapons against the enemies in the area. But we just met them. There's no telling what kind of nonsense that we might get dragged into, or even if they're completely telling the truth.
Agree with that. It's probably not the best idea to have them come along on dinner. Who knows what they'll say in front of the Baron.
I'm a little bit more concerned about what Anne might say in front of the Baron.
think Anna be alright. As long as we stay away from certain topics.
Henry says, "Are you gonna bring Parple?"
The dinner? No.
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 All right.
He'll
Can I
spill everything.
can I be on Parple duty then? I don't really want to go to dinner. Some fancy fucking
That might be best.
Game of Thrones bullshit. Get fucking bloody red wedding stabbed. Nah, I'm not. Nah. I mean, I'll go if you're worried that that's gonna happen. Now that I said it, now I'm kind of worried it's gonna happen. But
No. If Anne's there, we don't have anything to worry about.
all right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the kid. Give me something to think about. Something to do.
Wayne, you bring a Dunbar?
Probably not. I don't think they'll take kindly to dogs at dinner.
Depends if he sees dogs as bringing happiness. I mean, this guy's obsessed with.
I mean, they got like 10 laws, Wayne. I think one of them was like, be nice to puppers. I think those were the words that they used.
Yeah, you're right.
Might be a good idea to bring Dunbar.
Dunbar, you want to go to a fancy dinner?
Oh man, he Bjork, like a lot. He understands dinner. He knows that word.
That's a yes. All right.
All right,
He's
but
coming to
maybe the little shit sack should probably stay behind. Henry says, picking up the kitten.
Her name's not Shitsack.
Oh yeah, but she shits a lot. It's like a little sack of shit. I've never seen a cat poop as much as this cat poops.
Dunbar poops a lot. He's a beagle.
Nah, not as much as this cat. What are you feeding this thing?
Same thing we're eating.
Yeah, that's probably not working. Maybe since they love puppers and kitties so much, we could probably get some decent food for them.
I can ask.
All right. Well, you know what? It looks a little crowded in that bathhouse. I'll take a bath later, since I'm not going to dinner. Then you see Henry and the kitten and Parple wander off. All right. Leo approaches and says, all right, what's the plan for dinner? I'm coming to dinner, right? I don't want to miss out on a fancy dinner.
Yeah, you can come on to dinner.
Wait.
Hopefully, whatever the Baron asks isn't going to be too difficult, but I don't have very high hopes on that. Since his festivals seem to be very off the top of his head and erratic, his request could be troublesome.
Yeah, what if he's got like a real Uggo daughter and Eastmark has to marry her to open the trade routes? Would you marry an Uggo daughter, Eastmark? Eastmark looks at him and says, I would do whatever I had to do to save the village of Barovia. Even marrying an Uggo woman.
Is Arenia coming, or she should stay here in the inn and rest up? She seemed pretty shook, but whatever happened at the,
I think she needs to be there. As much as I want to protect her, I worry if we leave her behind, she'll try to get into trouble. And if I want to make a unified front that this is important enough to my father that he sent both his children, then yes, we should both be there. Also, I think Hmm. You see that he's rolling a history check. Yeah, I think it'll be alright. Yeah. Mm. Alright, well, yeah, let's scrub ourselves up and get going. So, I guess stack on Eastmark if you were going to dinner.
I'm assuming Robin's coming.
Assuming who?
Robin.
It's coming.
Oh yeah, Robin would definitely go.
Is Armenia not coming, or is she coming?
Oh, Rene's definitely coming.
Okay.
I will say Ez is 100% going unless someone rudely uninvites her.
Oh well, Irina thinks Ez is like fucking like superhero celebrity and like definitely invited you to go, like in the during the flexing scene.
Rania, that's... We just met her. And
I
this is
have-
Yeah,
something
but
that
look,
they-
she's like, she knows what she's doing. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like we walk in there. We got this. You got the Anne on the one side. You got this lady on the other. It's like, do you want to fuck with me? Do you see what I'm bringing to the table? Do you see this? Do you see the kind of muscle that I have as the daughter of the of the burgomaster? Do you see what I have here? You better open the fucking trade rods, or I'll sick my dogs on you. Eh? Eh? What do you think?
Look,
I don't
Jason,
think you're here
Dogs.
to threaten him.
I won't open my mouth and mess up your business. I'm just very curious what's going on in there. And
Oh.
I've got the good eye. I mean, notice something you may not see. Also, Irene
so I-
already invited me.
Yeah, I already invited her, and if Ismar can make decisions about this, then I can make decisions about this too.
Is Mark, you okay with this?
He frowns and says, I guess I'll have to be okay with it. Hey, alright, is everybody ready then? Yeah. So you guys head out into the light rain of the town. And let's see. Where did I leave everybody? There's so many maps. I cry. Let's see. I will navigate to you. There we go. Alright, cool. So everybody that's going is stacked. Oh, rush, rush, rush. There we go. Alright. So, you head on over to the Baron's house. And let's see. All right. This mansion has. Oh, let me change the music. Hold on. All right. This mansion has walls of plastered stone that display many scars where the plaster has fallen away from age and neglect. Drapes cover every window, including a large arched opening above the mansion's double entrance doors. People come and go from the mansion at all hours of the day. And there are 2 guards posted by the entrance. As you are approaching, a group of people are arguing with the guards. They seem to be led by a young woman, and she is very upset. The guards. Do you guys listen in, or do you just watch from a distance?
I'm always listening in.
Okay, all right. So the guards are saying, the one says, I'm very sorry about what happened, but it is what it is, as they say. Once the punishments have been fulfilled, they will be released back into your custody. And she says,
But they're just boys. They were just boys having a bit of fun. You have them locked up in the stocks like grown criminals. There's people over there hitting them, throwing things at them.
and the two guards look uncomfortable. The guard says, I'm sorry, this is the law. They broke it. They had malicious unhappiness, and now they are being taught a lesson and made example. You understand the position that we're in. We just have to enforce the laws. Very, very sorry. And she says, "You're sorry. You're sorry. You're sorry that what? That a bunch of kids are having to shit themselves for 2 or 3 days? They don't have any food? You got them wearing fucking donkey masks. You think that's funny? To do that to children? You should be ashamed of yourselves." And she storms away and starts walking towards your party. When she sees your party, like, she kind of like pulls up to a stop, and she says, "I'm sorry." And then she kind of tries to move past you guys. All right. The guards look at each other uncomfortably. The one murmurs something, and the other one laughs inside his helmet. What do you guys do?
Yes. We'll walk up and get ready to go for announce that we're getting here for the dinner
Okay.
and the meat.
As you approach, they say, sorry, it is almost 6. The burgomaster will not be seeing anyone else today.
We're here to have dinner with him on the requests of Isaac.
Isaac Strozny, he told us you are coming. Please, please, head inside. All right, so you guys head inside?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so as you head inside the house, you see that it is opulent inside. It's like a little German mansion. So like a little, like, medieval German mansion. It's beautiful inside. There is art. There are statues, beautiful wood floors, gorgeous rugs. Something strange though, there are bundles of sticks everywhere, like lots and lots of sticks everywhere. Before you could get your mud and your rain all over the place, a woman appears. She is one of the most stunning women you've ever seen in your life. Older in years, but when you look upon her, you know that this woman could have filled any role in your life and made it better. As she approaches you, she says, "Oh, now who do we have here?"
Oh, you must be the guests for dinner. What a eclectic group of people we have. Well, here, let me take your boots and your coats, so you don't track a mess in here. Don't let the sticks fool ya. It's not usually so much nature in here. We're just preparing for the next festival,
What type of festival is the next one?
Oh, something to do with the blazing sun. They're going to be making a sun out of all these sticks, and then they're setting it on fire. So,
In honor of the Morning Lord?
of course, yes. You're not familiar with our festivities? Yes, each one has a different theme, all meant to inspire the people to rise up against the fear and darkness. The last festival, for example, we have just an epidemic of wolves in the area. It was supposed to inspire everyone to not fear the howls in the night. Oh, they must have killed over 100 of those creatures during the festivities. Yet you can still hear them on a still night. Makes one wonder where they all come from. Well, let me take you to the dining room. The mistress will be down shortly, as well as the Baron and his 2 boys. Oof, you brought a lot of people. I hope we have enough room at the table. Alright. You guys, does everybody go to the dining room, or does anybody try to sneak off? Okay. Everybody just goes to the dining room? Alright.
As-
Isn't
as-
trying to sneak off, but she is like scanning,
Okay.
trying to find anything of interest, anything out of place beyond just these sticks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful home. You're in a entry hall. There is a coat closet to your right where your coats and boots have been taken. There is a room to your left. There's a long ass hallway that ends in a door and has 2 doors on either side of the hallway. And there are stairs to your right that lead up to the 2nd floor landing that looks down on the 1st floor. You are being led to the first door on the left, wherein is a dining room. And because we're on a budget, we're going to use the same dining room that we've used before. So I'll take you guys back to the landing page. All right. Yes, our imaginations are on a budget. That's how hard the times are right now. That's how hard the times are.
I mean, usually normal other D&D games, we wouldn't even have a dining room.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. So yeah, you guys kind of head in, take seats at the table, that sort of thing. She says, "Can I bring you any refreshments while you're waiting?"
I'll take some water.
Of course. One water.
Mhm.
So she heads down the hallway towards the kitchen, and she says, Marushkio, the guests are here. Do you need any help finishing up? And you hear a voice yell, back at her, "I don't need any help. Eh? I got it." And she says, "Don't you raise your voice to me, young man." And then you hear a door open and then close. All right. So as you guys are kind of standing there awkwardly in the dining room, waiting for your glass of water, you hear a woman kind of clear her throat behind you guys, and she says, "Oh, excuse me. I don't mean to be in the way. Are you the guests that are coming tonight?"
Yes, we are.
Well, could you please move into the dining room? I'd like to see everyone and get my seat. And you see that this woman is older. She looks very concerned, perpetually concerned. She looks like in her youth she was a gorgeous California dime, but in her later years, stress and worry seem to weigh heavily upon her. She is dressed in warm, fur-trimmed, noble clothing, like you would see House Stark wear on Game of Thrones. She has the signature gray streaks that gothic horror characters seem to get in their hair, one on each side. Her hair is tied up in a well-maintained bun, and she is adorned with jewelry around her neck and on her fingies and wrists. She is possessed of a sizable chest area, which is on display in her dress. And boobily, she makes her way to the chair and sits down. She says, who who exactly are you? I only heard from Ezek that you were from the village of Barovia. Ismark, is that you? You've gotten so big. And Ismark clears his throat and says, it is I, Miss Petrovna. And she says, yes, you remember. Oh, that is wonderful. You were only here so briefly last time. And then, one more time before that when you were all very young. Do you remember Victor? You used to play together. And he says, I remember he was a bit sickly. Is he... And she says, oh, he's fine. He's been doing a lot of studies, independent studies. Don't worry. He will come down to dinner, and you can catch up on old times. And is that Irenia? Oh, truly you are the rose of the valley. Wow, you have grown to such a beautiful woman. Let me take a look at you. Oh my goodness. Oh, you must have so many suitors. How does your father deal with it? And Ismark, you must be on guard all the time. And Ismark says, yes, all the time. There's many suitors for this one. And his eyes look desperately at all of you, and you see that he's drowning. Welp, I'm going to take a seat. Right next to you. And she says, next to me? You flatter me. I thought you'd want to sit next to my husband since you're here for his for to talk to him. And he says, shit. I mean, shoot. You're right. And Irina says, don't worry. I will sit next to you, Miss Petrovna, and we can talk about all my suitors. As she looks at everyone, and the look says, if you don't sit down, I will start killing you.
Yeah, we'll make our way to our seats and
Okay.
Jason, I guess will start and when we came in and the gods let us know of your customs. Do you perhaps have any dogs here of the house?
She says, oh, my husband loves dogs. He has always had at least 2 dogs. Currently, he has 2. He loves them so much. Well, did you bring dog with you?
I hope that's all right.
Of course! Oh, let me see this cute boy. Oh, he is lovely. What sort of dog is this? It sort of looks like a Krezik hound, but so small.
We are from a place called Earth. He's a beagle. They tend to be on the small side.
How lovely. Did you know when I was a girl, there was an outsider who was a dog man? Not a werewolf, but just a man that was a dog, or a dog that was a man. Very strange things exist in the world, it turns out.
Yeah, very strange.
I never saw that man again, but I still remember to this day. I was with my brother, Lucius, and, yes, I remember it like it was yesterday. So,
Do you wish to share more, or it's a story for another time?
So as she gets ready to tell the story, Isaac Strasny comes into the room. And as he does, Irenia goes ghost white. And she grabs for your hand under the table.
Ez gives her hand.
Alright, she squeezes it super hard. As Isaac steps in the room, Lydia Petrovna stands up and goes to him and says, there you are. Your guests have arrived.
I'm assuming the Baron is coming. And have you seen Victor? And Isaac says he's not coming down. She says, well, he better come down to dinner. And Isaac says he's not coming down to dinner. He's locked in his laboratory, as he calls it. And she says, I don't care. You go upstairs and you tell him that he is coming down to dinner. And it is non-negotiable. Yes, I will do that. I will return with Victor. Okay. She says, that is good. You're a good boy. And Isaac Strasny leaves the room. And that's when Ismark goes, shit, that's what I forgot. He whispers to you, Wayne. Isaac Strasny is adopted son of Baron Valakovich.
We'll figure it out.
I would never really come here if I remembered that. I was trying to remember. I couldn't remember. You think she's mad at me? Oh,
You
where
can
was
make an
I?
Excuse.
There's the dog person. So there we were, and we were just at the market, and this dog man is there, and he's with an elf, and she is so beautiful. I felt my heart broke for her because it is very bad luck to be elf in Barovia, let alone female elf. I don't think that they lasted too long, but I do remember that this dogman, he had armor on and a big sword, and they had this look about them that they were going to go out and make a difference. They were going to change things. And I think it had an influence on Lucian because he ended up giving up his nobility to become a priest of the Morning Lord. He runs the temple, actually.
I met him.
Mm.
Seemed pretty nice. He seemed pretty nice.
Yes, he did his studies in Kresik, which is why he sounds so strange. He seems to have lost his true Barovian accent during his studies. So the bait arrives and pours everybody some water, offers some people some wine. Does anybody want any wine for the...
Yeah, Edsel have wine.
Okay. Immediately, your nostrils tell you this shit ain't watered down. This is the good shit. This is Red Dragon Crush. And then
She drinks it moderately.
Okay. Okay.
Wine. I heard shipments was difficult to get.
Oh, they are very they definitely have dried up. We have been trading with the Vistani, and we have plenty in our stores. Hopefully enough to last us. She
I'd
sort
like
of
to insight.
yeah,
if I
she
may.
sort of
Yeah,
she
I
sort of
would like to
yeah, she sort of
insight
trails
as
off
well.
there. Yeah.
Last you till your next festival?
She says, yes, and perhaps beyond. You get the sense that she definitely is sitting on a big secret, but she does not feel comfortable revealing it. All right. So, you hear the snuffling of large dogs, and large dogs enter the room. Let's see what we got here. Dog and dog and guy with dogs. All right, cool.
All right. So you see two very big, very adorable doggos come into the room. They are mastiff size in real life terms. So each dog is probably about 180 pounds. And immediately Dunbar is excited and nervous because dogs, but very big dogs. So he is kind of got like some excitement going on, but also a lot of trepidation. How do you proceed, Wayne? The dogs would immediately start heading towards him.
Wayne will stand close, but sort of see how the dogs sort themselves out.
Okay. As the dogs are kind of approaching, a man steps into the room. The man has sort of an olive complexion. He has the signature Gothic horror gray streak in his hair. He has bushy eyebrows, a curly mustache, and a well-tended goatee. He seems to be well-fed, but not out of shape. And he is definitely dressed like a Game of Thrones north bound character. So you've got the furs, but you also got the velvet and the fancy clothes. He is wearing a mantle that is made out of a wolf, and the taxidermy job is absolutely fantastic. The what seems like almost living wolf head is chomping down, sort of like a fastener or a brooch to hold the mantle in place. His wife stands immediately at attention when he comes in, as if the king of the world has arrived. Does anyone else stand up?
Wayne will stand up.
Okay, Eastmark stands up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Irene's gonna stagger to her feet.
Yeah.
Ez will help her to her feet.
Okay.
Ez will stand up as well.
Yeah. And Anne will stand up as well.
Okay.
And a motion to Leo to stand.
All right. So everybody stands. All right. He makes a whistle sound out of the side of his mouth, and both dogs stop approaching Dunbar, and they sit and they look to him like he is the greatest being that has ever existed in the world. He gives each one an affectionate pat, and he heads over to his chair. But before he seats, he says, "Ismark Kolyanovich, it has been too long since I've seen you. Why, stand up, shake my hand. Let's do it." And Ismark, who's already standing, is like, "Okay." And then they shake hands, and it's a big, firm grip. And Baron Vargas Valakovich pulls him into a hug, and pats him on the back, and says, all is well now that you're here, huh? And all will be well. Wonderful. My dear, where are the boys? And Lydia Petrovna says, "Isaac is bringing Victor now. They will be here shortly." And Baron Vargas Valakovich says, "Excellent. A family dinner, catching up with old friends, and discussing politics. What a night." He makes another whistling sound, and the two dogs go to either side of his chair. He sits down, and only after he sits down do the two dogs sit down and then lay down.
We'll sit down afterwards.
Yeah.
All right. The door opens again, and let's see, a very skinny, kind of sickly looking boy comes in. This boy looks like he sleeps maybe 4 hours a night tops for most of his life. He has ink-stained fingers and paper cuts all along his fingers and hands. His clothing is disheveled with ink stains of various colors on them. And you can see sort of tucked into his vest pocket is some parchment and pens and whatnot. He looks tired and pissed off that he has to be here. He looks at all of you with a scrutinizing gaze, full of intelligence. And then he shrugs, and then his mother points to this chair over here, and he looks around and he shrugs, and he goes, he grabs the chair, and he pulls it up next to Irenia. And then entering behind him is Strahd, who comes over and sits by the Baron across from Eastmark. All right. And the Baron says, "There. Now that everyone is here, we will feast." And he claps his hands, and you see from the door pushing a cart with soup and salad is the chef, Marushkio. Marushkio comes in and he pushes his little cart around, and he says, "Welcome to the dinner. The first course is a super salad. We're going to have a pumpkin, a cold pumpkin puree with a bit of cinnamon and nutmeg. It's gonna feel a little like a dessert, but it's a bit savory as well. It's got some tallow melted down and mixed in there to bring out those savory flavors. And then on the side, we have a salad, all of the ingredients from the Baron's garden or sourced locally. And then there'll be some goat's cheese that I will grate on top, and of course an oil vinaigrette. Just say win on the cheese. So you're like 12 at the Olive Garden right now. Are you how much cheese, like, does anybody act a fool and have this guy grate too much cheese onto their salad?
I'll have cheese side of salad, please. I'm just kidding. Ez definitely doesn't.
You know, you've all been there. You've either been that
Oh,
kid.
I've definitely been that kid.
Yeah. Where they're just grating the
The
cheese.
look
Yeah.
on their face is just miserable. It's just
Yeah.
grating away.
All right, so I gotta ask: are any of you that kid that makes him grate too much cheese?
Wayne would not be that kid.
All right, this is a skill challenge without dice. All right, okay. He leaves after topping off everybody's water or wine. Okay. So you guys just dig in, I guess. The food is really good. It's really good. You're in comfortable chairs in an insulated home. The rain is pattering down outside. There's the smell of clean dogs nearby, which some people are really into that nice smell of a cozy smell of doggos. And everyone is washed. And yeah, you didn't realize Irenia was so pale, actually. Apparently she had like several layers of dirt that was making her skin look a little tanner than it actually was. But everybody is clean and smells good, and the food is good. It's real nice. It's real nice. I mean, other than the fact that Irenia is barely staying conscious because she keeps looking at this guy, and this guy just keeps staring at her, is Strahd. He just stares at her like the whole time.
Yeah, this is the first time Ez noticing this. I think she'd like
Yeah.
to insight him.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I will point out I have advantage if he's being hostile intentions or to predict violence.
Okay. You don't sense anything violent off of him. If you had to guess, you'd say that he thinks she's hella fine and he can't take his eyes off her. Is your takeaway?
Okay.
Okay. Wayne, he is very much obsessed with her. Like the behavior you're seeing matches up with the creepy doll making and stuff like that, but you're not sure what it's all about. Like, he seems to just be shocked and fascinated that she exists, which makes you think that up until today, he might not have actually known if she existed. All right. So, the Baron says, "So, Ismark, why are you here? Where's your father? He's still alive, I assume." Eh? And Ismark says, yes, he's still alive. And well, um, we have concerns about the trade routes. There has been nothing from Vallaki, and any that we have sent to Vallaki have not returned. They've only been here a few hours, and it seems that you are all very well and prosperous. I am confused about what is going on and why you have closed the trade routes, and I would like you to reopen them. And the Baron kind of like tenses his fingers, raises them to his lips, looks out over the table, and he says, well, I had to close the city. These are dark times, and I need to make sure that my people are safe. That is my job as Burgomaster. I can't risk something happening to them. So, we close the gates. People that are here inside are safe. And those who work the land surrounding us, well, they're doing all right. Fair trade between the local farms and fisheries, and everyone is happy. But not happy enough. I am working on something, Ismark, something big. And I cannot afford to have outside influences come in and disrupt the process. So, that is what is happening. And he just smiles like, that explains everything.
And this is going to bring happiness to the city and beyond.
Well, I have had to make some hard decisions. What is your name, sir?
Jason.
Jason. That is an interesting name. Jason. It's very Kresak, isn't it? So, Jason. I had to make a very tough decision. I did not want to close my borders, as it was. But I cannot trust anyone else, you see. The village of Barovia, it is exposed. It is in the shadow of Castle Ravenloft. The devil himself looks down upon it, night after night. It is a cursed place. It is destined for darkness and destruction. I can ill afford to have people like that coming here and bringing with them their sorrows, their trials, their tribulations, their curses. Why, I even hear that they are allowing they are allowing Vistani to purchase property in the village of Barovia, which is incredible to me since Vistani are devil worshippers. They are servants of the devil himself, spies, thieves, deviants. But apparently, that's okay in village of Barovia. We don't allow their kind into the town of Vallaki. You might see them camped outside, never inside. Because the decision I made as leader was to take care of my own. The people of this town, they will be freed from this darkness. Okay? I promise you that.
I'd like to insight his opinion on the Vistani and see if there's anything like more in there, or he just
Okay.
thinks they're just petty thieves.
Yeah, I guess what I would want to infers this plan of his? Does it seem like it could be dangerous?
You could try an insight. As you realize that he's just a just an old school racist, just
Gotcha.
yeah, fully buys into all of the stereotypes about the Vistani. Jason, you get the sense that his belief in his plan that he's being very obscure with may be a bit unhinged. You're getting some cult leader vibes, a little bit of a cult leader vibe. And he says, now, I don't mean to insult your people, Ismark, or your father. It is just unfortunate luck. Many settlements have come and gone. But Vallaki endures. My family was one of the first families to settle Barovia. My ancestors fought alongside Strahd during his conquest. And you see when he says Strahd that he looks like disgusted with himself. And he says, they settled these lands. And they fought hard to be the light in the darkness. They took care of this town and these provinces around it. They watched as others rose and fell. They watched as the Dark Lord wiped them from the map, as the mist absorbed them, but yet Vallaki remained. That is because Vallaki knows to take care of itself. First and foremost, to fight the darkness with joy. And that is what we're doing. Aggressively. So, you're probably what? At the marrying age now, Ismark. Have you found a new one? I still remember when I first laid eyes on Lydia. Oh, when I saw her, I just knew that was the one for me. And even in this old age, she's still a looker, eh? Look at that wreck. It's beautiful, eh? A sight to behold. Ismark looks like he is making a lot of wisdom saves not to punch this man in the face. The door opens, and Marushkio comes in and says, I hope you liked the first dish, taking your plates. Then we have for you the second course. It is going to be a crazy ham with some baked potatoes. And then we also have a lovely gravy to go with it, the apple cider gravy. And there is, of course, some honeyed carrots. All right, so he swaps everybody's plates and then exits the room.
Wayne will thank him for waiting on them and also his excellent craftsmanship with the food.
He says, no problemo. And he heads out of the room.
From what you mentioned about the history of your city, it seems like you guys are the strongest or the heart of Barovia.
What is your name?
And
Anne. Anne. Another Krezak name. You are a very large woman. I would have thought that you were from Kavani.
well, I'm new here, so I don't know where that is.
It is everywhere.
The Gavani are the natives, the savages that we had to take this land from. They weren't using it well, so we came and took it from them.
I see. I guess they weren't strong enough to keep it.
You're right. That's a good attitude. Yes, Vallaki is very much the heart of Barovia. And it beats strong.
Hmm.
With each festival, it beats stronger still. Soon we will be ready.
Ready for what?
Well, let me just say that soon Vallaki will be freed from the darkness.
Oh, how so?
Give me a persuasion check.
All right, I'll use a DM inspiration on this. It's not really good
Okay.
at all, but we'll see what happens. Persuasion. This will be at a -3. No, a -1.
-1, okay. He says,
Perhaps you stay and find out. All are welcome to attend the Festival of the Blazing Sun. It's in 10 days' time. And
I must.
And who are you, sir?
My name is Wayne Larson, Baron.
Another Kresik name.
I must apologize for my ignorance, Baron, and thank you so much for your hospitality.
Of course.
But I fail to
see
see
another man who has dog. Admittedly very small, tiny dog, but well behaved. And I know when I see a man like that, this is a good man.
Thank you. I certainly try, Baron. I, again, apologize for my ignorance. I do not see how having more of these festivals will benefit the world at large. You say you are the heart, that your town is the heart of Barovia. The heart has cut itself off from the rest of the communities.
You understand more than you know. Where does the soul reside? In the heart. This land is dying, Wayne. It's dying. And when the body dies, the soul must ascend. The soul is in the heart. I am preparing for something greater. I can no longer worry about the rest of the body, for it is sick. Look at the village of Barovia. Look at Kresik, locked away in their mountains. And that is all there is to see, for everything else has died. Everything else has turned to darkness.
But any sickness can be healed.
Oh, you have a good attitude. But the time for that is past. I have found the cure, and we are working towards it.
Well, if you have found the cure for what ails Barovia, allow us to facilitate. We are strangers to this land, and we would love an opportunity to help bring about the change.
oh man,
you
you
wish
see a
to see in the
yellow
world.
exclamation mark appear above his head. And he says,
Oh, well, I don't want to poach your mercenaries, Ismark. But I do have work for those who are looking for coin, especially outsiders such as yourselves, would be perfect for this job.
How so?
There is a woman in this town, the washerwoman. She opposes everything I try to do. The Washer family is ancient, as old as the Vallaki. I tried so hard to make a peaceful arrangement with her. I even tried to introduce her daughter to my sweet boy Victor. It did not take. The girl left in hysterics. Victor locked himself away. Now the washerwoman says that Victor did something to the girl and won't tell me what happened. Victor says nothing's wrong. It's a whole mess. And then, some of my staff starts disappearing. Yeah, that's right. Some of my staff starts disappearing. You know
How
what I
is
did?
Victor behaving while his father's telling the story?
He is staring, like, into his food.
Staring like he's off in another world in his
Oh,
mind,
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
staring like he's
Like,
ashamed?
no, like he's Sherlock Holmes. He's in his mind palace right now.
Got it.
Yeah.
What I think happened is I think the washerwoman had them kidnapped. Why? To learn my secrets. That's all. So what I'm looking for is information. If you could investigate the washer house and the washerwoman, I could learn more. She didn't used to be a problem when her husband wasn't sick, because he was in charge of the household. Then he got sick, and then she started making all the decisions, and oh, let me tell you, I love a strong woman, don't get me wrong, but there's a place for everything. This woman does not know that place, and she constantly is arguing and saying that these festivals are a waste of time and a waste of money, and that we need to reopen the trade routes, and that we need to be a part of the world instead of trying to be apart from the world. All sorts of fancy talk, all sorts of stupid ideas. I just need some information on her, something to discredit her, something to make her shut up, and to find out what happened to my servants. I'm willing to pay pretty well. And you know what? Maybe, if you can help me sort this woman out, there could be room here in Vallaki for anyone from the village of Barovia who seeks refuge.
As she is seeking to sabotage your plans, and it sounds like she has made some headway, are there certain things that we should be wary of, to look for, to indicate that she's found out more than she should?
Well, you're going to want to keep an eye out for her despicable sons. They are a bunch of idiots, always disrupting the public order, always getting in trouble for sexually harassing people, always drinking and being disorderly. And you know, I've thrown them in the stocks before, and then I get an earful from her, let me tell you. But the laws are the laws. In fact, I heard that they were almost banned from the Blue Water Inn. I bet if you could corner one of them, or both, you could probably get a wealth of information out of them. Or try to get a hold of some of these people in her book club. She has some kind of fancy members-only book club. Somebody thought it was cool enough to try and make her own. And you see Lydia blush in embarrassment. And she says, Well, I had the book club long before she did, husband, if you remember. And my book club is to teach the people how to read if they want to, because we don't have any schools, and I wanted to make sure that our people had the means to education, so I teach so that they can teach others.
And for the first time, Victor comes out of his mind palace, and with a deftness, he grabs his mother's hand with his bony, ink-stained fingers, and he grips it really hard, and he says,
And that is why I love you, mother. You are a wonderful woman, and this town is very lucky to have you.
and she starts to cry. And the Baron just keeps talking, and he says,
So if you find anyone in the book club, or if you find either of her sons out in the bed, you go get that information. You go to look out for the man that works for her named Ernst. You don't want to mess with that guy. Or maybe you do. Yes. His name is Ernst Larnack, and he's a snake of a man. Always slithering about town, trying to get into people's secrets. And I've spotted him more than once trying to follow me around town. So, does that give you enough information to go off of, or what?
Well, if you're wanting us to mess with this Ernst character, mess with him in what way?
Man, I don't know, catch him breaking the law, get him arrested, then we can ask him all sorts of questions behind the closed doors.
I see.
If things get rough and they try and avoid it and a scuffle happens, are you going to throw us into stocks for rough housing?
Well, if you're working for me, you might as well be town guards.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not working for me, we'll have to keep a very close eye on you.
Well, if they know that we're working for you, they probably won't talk to us at all.
Oh, you're right. Oh,
So perhaps we need something that we can show to the other town guards that they know that we are working for you, but it's something that we can keep hidden.
Isaac nods slowly and says,
yes, that will work. I will get something put together. When are you available to start your services? Tonight? Or do you need to rest? It was, after all, a long walk to get here.
I think we should start fresh in the morning.
Interesting. Yes. I, too, think you need to rest.
I'd like to insight Isaac's
Yeah, I'm gonna look at him
tone
too.
and intention.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna burn a
Dang. And, okay.
DM inspiration for.
All right. And your insight is Isaac would very much like to just take Irenia from you guys right now. But he does think that you guys need rest because you look very tired and he is concerned about your health.
Okay.
This is definitely a potpourri. There's a potpourri of stuff going on there.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
yeah, like he definitely thinks you guys need to rest. He's concerned about the condition you guys are in. If you're working for his boss, then you're going to need to be at your best. And, you know, good soldier, good guard, gets a good night's rest. But also, could he grab her? Would you guys be able to stop him? Wayne, you get all kinds of mixed signals from this guy.
Okay.
Yeah. It's hard to tell for you, at least. It's hard to tell what he's actually thinking. Things that could be happening. He wants Irenia. He hates you guys. He tolerates you guys. He thinks this guy's being dumb hiring you. He thinks this guy might have a good idea hiring you. Like again, it's hard to tell. But Anne, you're pretty confident in your feels.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
What you call it?
The door opens. Marushkio comes in. Hey, all right. I hope everybody liked their ham and vegetables. For dessert, we have some ice fruit with cream and just one piece of fine chocolate. All right, and basically, I don't know if you guys have had Korean ice cream, but he's serving up some Korean ice cream, and it's just basically like
Best thing you've ever had.
yeah, like condensed milk and fruit, like on a icy like slab, and then they scrape it into like rolls, you know, kind of thing. And yep, and then there's just this one like chocolate curl like laid across the top of it. It's like you're at a fucking 5-star restaurant. All right, and then he leaves. Okay. Now Dunbar, I should mention, they did bring Dunbar, who was a guest, a bowl just full of like meat chunks and gravy and carrots and cubed potatoes and some barley on top, a little bit of like cottage cheese. It's just fucking like 5-star dog dining. They did not bring any food for either of these dogs, and neither of these dogs whined or begged for food the entire meal. All right.
These dogs seem to be normal dogs.
Yeah, they are incredibly well trained.
Okay, I was about to say, it's like
Yeah.
they remind me of like the dogs from Moonraker.
Oh yeah. No, these are, you are as an animal person, you are floored by the level of training that he has in these dogs at. Like, this is insane. These dogs will probably do anything he asks them to do.
That's unsettling.
Yeah. All right. So, as the meal winds down,
Ez was wanting to try and talk to Victor if
oh yeah, sure.
like kind of over Irina, but not like loud enough to disrupt like the Baron's conversation.
Oh yeah, down at this end of the table, Ez and Jason, Lydia Petrovna is trying to matchmake Victor and Irina. But Irina is so put off and scared of Izek that she's just sort of agreeing with whatever she says. And then Victor is just completely zoned out.
Victor, I heard you have a laboratory. Are you okay?
He makes like a angry face with like the little triangles above his eyes and the stern face as he stares over at Izek, and he says, I am dabbling with I am trying things out. I am learning many things about many subjects. Alchemy is one of them, yes.
I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty good. Maybe we should compare notes sometime.
He looks at his mother. His mother looks at him, and then looks at you like, you can't marry this woman. And then looks at him, and then kind of shakes her head slightly. And he says, that sounds lovely. Yeah, perhaps not in my laboratory, but we could use my father's sitting room tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, my place, my area is I'm very personal person. I don't want anyone in my space.
I completely understand. I'll gather my things and I'll meet you tomorrow then.
That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to spend some time with you. And he stares at his mother while he says that, and she looks furious. And then she says, well, what about you, Aurinia? I remember hearing from your father last time I saw him that you were a doctor.
Victor, you are also studying medicine. Maybe both of them should come over tomorrow afternoon, and you could discuss all sorts of things. And Irene says, sure, that sounds, yeah, sure, it's good. That's good. And she says, perfect. And she stares at Victor as if to say, it ain't over yet, bitch. All right. So, the Baron claps his hands together, pushes his plate away from him, and says, well, that was a wonderful meal. I am going outside to smoke a pipe and get some of that evening air. Would anyone like to join me?
Don't worry. I'll join you.
And he goes to stand up, and everybody stands up, including the dogs. And then he heads out of the room. And then Jason, you're gonna join him outside.
Yes.
All right.
Wayne will stand up as well and say, Baron, if I might impose and join you.
Of course, bring your doggo. He is a
No.
sweet puppers.
All right.
Does Leo turn down the opportunity for a cigarette?
No. He's like opening the door. He's like, right this way, Baron. All right.
Good point.
So I think with that transition, we'll close the session with them getting ready to head out for a smoke, and the rest of you being in here with matchmaking mom and awkward siblings, and just generally another awkward Crash Gym tabletop family dinner. Trademark. Yeah, good times. Good times. Whew. Okay. So, you guys are close to a milestone. Do you want me to spoil what the milestone is so you can start preparing mentally for it? Or do you just want it to happen organically?
I mean, I guess you don't have to tell us, but I guess we could plan to have it ready for tomorrow. For next session. Just in
Yeah,
case.
definitely have it in your back pocket so you could do like a quick level up, like, because you are very close. You are very
Okay.
close to a milestone. All right. And then I'll put it this way: I don't think you'll be able to miss it. I don't
Okay.
think you'll be able to miss it.
Okay.
So so it'll happen. It's gonna happen to you. It's gonna happen to
Hold our pipe.
you. All right. So, quick announcements. Tomorrow night we're doing some vodcasting. I don't know what we're doing the vodcasting about. We're doing
Yeah,
some
me neither.
vodcasting
I don't
tomorrow
know. We'll find out.
night. We're so professional. It's just the most professional podcast.
From what I heard, that's how most podcasts are. They don't know what they're talking about until the day of.
Hell yeah. Saturday morning we've got Red Hand of Doom doing the Ghost Lord dungeon. Saturday night we're gonna be playing some Solasta. Sunday morning, Curse of Strahd Daybreak. And then let's see, Sunday night we got Mythic Odyssey. We're actually gonna need a guest player for Sunday night, so I should probably start looking for a guest player because we need someone to play the other half of a two-headed Cyclopean ogre mage.
Who's the?
But that's not it. You're not only are you playing
Well,
the
you're gonna
ogre
play.
mage.
You're gonna play as a radical dude, aka a turtle rune knight barbarian, Hercules barbarian, who is role playing as half of a two-headed Etten. So
And
it's Inception.
the wizard side of a two-headed entity.
Yes, who has no experience with Arcana, no idea how spells work or anything else like that. So it would be a role playing experience for sure. So yeah,
I might be interested.
Oh, okay, that could be fun. Excellent. It is a Lotus Switch brand adventure, so there's that as well. And it's basically a Suicide Squad style like anti-heroes situation. All right, and then we've got Monday night. We've got more Odyssey Prime level 19 plus stuff going on over there. It's pretty crazy. Tuesday night we got Abomination Vaults continuing, and then also Cyberpunk Red. Wednesday night, we're going to keep playing some Cult of the Lamb and making some real good progress with Cult of the Lamb. Really crazy stuff happens because of the Twitch participation. They made me time travel. They destroyed all my houses. They made me fight a room full of 10 giant poisonous skeletons. They brought someone back from the dead. It's wild. It's wild as hell. The stuff that
Did they bring K-Nex back?
Nah. They brought there was no body left of K-Nix. They brought Satanic the Hedgehog back to life.
Wow.
I stopped in for a second and I saw that I was an old man.
Yeah, it turns out you could only ever join the cult once too. So like
Yeah.
you were
Oh, really?
old and then you died like 3 days later.
Oh no.
Man.
Then
I'll definitely get in next Wednesday. Now that
I
I'm
think we
understanding.
chopped up your body and we sold your meat to an elder god for money.
Alright, sounds
So-
useful.
It's a real heartwarming game. It's good stuff. And then Thursday we'll be back here. Does anybody
It's
have any
heartwarming
announcements?
because you take out the heart and you cook it on a skillet.
Absolutely, and you collect the hearts if you're fallen enemies and unlock abilities with it. It's honestly, it's Kingdom Death meets Animal Crossing with a little bit of Hades thrown in. It's fantastic. Does anybody have any announcements before we adjourn?
I guess not.
All
No.
right.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, I hope everybody has a good weekend coming up, and we'll continue this next week. Congratulations on making it to Vallaki, getting to meet the local leader, some of the local merchants. You've secured a place to sleep. I mean, it's going really well. All right.
How long
I'm
is
gonna
it gonna
head
last?
to bed. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Fine.
Yeah, that's
All,
the question.
hey, all will be well. Okay.
Mhm.
Just like the bumper sticker says, all will be well.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm not saying you're going to do anything, Crash. Just the dice might do something, you know.
The dice definitely like to do stuff. Oh my god, do they like to do stuff?
We need money quick.
Well, you will find that the longer you are here, the more quests will appear in your quest log. So I'm not sure if anybody is tracking that stuff, but it'll fill up real quick. There's a lot of people. This is the quest hub of the campaign setting. There's a lot. Yeah, you could pick up any quest you want. This is a full sandbox adventure. But just like a Mega Man game, just because you can go in any order you want doesn't mean that there is the best order to go in. So a little bit of research can make a big difference before you just go and be like, this quest sounds rad. I will let you do whatever you want to do, but some quests are going to be level appropriate and some quests are not at all.
Right.
So just keep that in mind. All right.
Yeah, like the mechanical man business.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
wait, I wanted to do that first, guys.
I mean, you could try. You could definitely try. Again, it's a sandbox. You try whatever you want. So.
I don't want the pressure of making a new character again.
Oh, fair. All right. I'm gonna head to bed. I'll talk to you guys later. Night.
All right. Take care.
Night.